What's good, y'all? What is good? I know your boy has been away for a week. I've been doing a lot of things. Real life stuff has to catch up, so he has to do what he has to do. Pretty sure the people that's watching, probably lurking, whatever, do yourself a favor, and then if you inclined to do that kind of stuff, just let people know that you're actually here. You're actually doing your thing in the chat, and we'll get on to the actual subject at hand for this evening, and then we'll get into a little bit of the thing that we do, when we unravel and we let things go by. Nida Stefan, appreciate you being in the chat good and early. Appreciate you. I also got people coming on the vertical, so I look like, damn, I got a lot of people coming in. That's just what it is. So we go from there. I want to talk about a couple of things, and that is afraid, as the title says, afraid of being normal. For those of you guys who are not really used to the kind of content that I do, I like to talk a lot about, I just might goof around and I do a whole bunch of other different stuff as well. But the main part is that I talk a lot about human behavior. I'm not saying I'm a professional or anything. I'm a person who has worked on many different sides of the aisle when it comes to, many different sides of the table when it comes to communication. I've had my arguments with HR professionals. I've had my arguments with managers and leadership and all kind of stuff. I have my arguments with employees, and I've also had my arguments with even communication specialists to realize that they're not always the best at communicating as well. You say, hey man, at work, good to see you stream. I appreciate you being here. And I kind of want to get into some of the things that are very, very tangible when it comes to how people are looking at it, especially for people I want to go for online today. So if you manage to be in there, do me a favor, folks, just hit that like button. Do whatever you're going to do. I will definitely take a look and see what you guys are talking about in the chat, and let's get into it, right? I think a lot of people, especially online, are less afraid of being wrong than they are sounding normal. Now, I've had plenty of conversations with you guys already about the dynamics about people being online and how people have the debate bro mentality and all this other stuff that happens, right? But this is what it looks like to me, at the very least. Everybody wants to sound like they are on point. Everybody wants to sound like they're so sharp, they're so certain, and they want to sound like they are harder to fool than your average bear, right? And I don't buy it. I don't buy it for a second. I have a lot of conversations with some of these people in the background, or I take a look at some of their other stuff in their stream, and I'm not being fooled. I do not think that all of these people suddenly became so damn thoughtful over their time. I think a lot of people are trying not to sound as average as fuck. I'm just be honest with you. I think there is a big there's a big difference in how they promote themselves as being online versus how they are when they're in normal standing, whether it's their friends, their families, or whatever. There's a big showboating. There's a whole big character picture that actually takes place. That, to me, like when you're trying to be yourself and when you're trying not to sound average, these are different things to me. Because if you are afraid of being wrong, right? If you are being afraid of still learning, you can still admit, at least if you're trying to still learn, you can admit that you missed something. You can still change your mind or build new information to be able to move forward in the next thing. But if you are actually afraid of being ordinary, now your whole image is based around that. Everything that you interact with gets involved with that thing. Now, you cannot just have a normal thought. Now, you cannot simply ask the question. Now, you cannot simply say, I don't know, and which is a terrible place to be in, because that feels like things are just too close to being normal if you say, listen, man, I don't know. And that's a problem. And being regular seems to bother a lot of people in more ways than it actually should. If you ask me, this is the way I've been looking at it. Think way in ways that why do I keep coming back to this? Why do I keep going into a point where it's something that I don't know about? And it's normal not to know things. It's normal that you can walk through a situation and you can walk into learning new things along the way. Why is this a problem for you? People are not afraid of being wrong. I think a lot of people are afraid of simply being normal. I run across so many people when I'm watching them, whatever, and I'm seeing a big trend, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whatever. They could talk about baby making, they could talk whatever. But for some reason, everybody wants to sound like a subject matter expert. And once you see that, a lot of the time, especially in the online behavior, the debate bro behavior as well, but some people, they think that this behavior makes sense. A lot of people do not want to. A lot of people do not want to become more intelligent. If you were to ask me, for my opinion, what they do is that they want to get away from the feeling of being average. That's the way how I look at it. So the only way to make yourself feel average is if you feel like, or if you put yourself in a position where you feel like you are above that. It's not about the truth. It's not about curiosity. It's not about your image. None of those things. People want to sound like they see more, like they're doing more, like they're getting to the where they're trying to get to faster. I see this in so many different areas. I see this in so many people. Why? Because they want to sound smarter. They want it to be a status symbol. It gives them the distance from other people. It lets them see above whatever the crowd is going on without even actually having to say anything out loud. It is what it is. And once people start muttering all the stupid shit that flies out their mouth, their pride gets involved. I've seen it so many times. I've dealt with so many different people where this is exactly the thing that pops up every single time because they just simply don't want to be wrong. Now, instead of it being about understanding something, now it's all about protecting their image. It's about being the kind of person who understands more than others. And that's why a lot of people like to get into this whole thing where they're so certain about things that they're really fake about. They stretch the simple truth into a bigger thing, a bigger point. They move things. They act like confusion is breathing more the more that they talk. They would rather sound like they're smart rather than actually being honest. And the internet has actually made this worse. The internet did not just make people more opinionated. It made average people feel pressured to sound like they're freaking intelligent. I've seen people who really should not be a part of conversations be in conversations. That is why everything feels inflated now. Every thought has to sound bigger than what it actually is. Every mofo's out there trying to sound goddamn deep. Every opinion has to be the final opinion. Everyone wants to sound like they are on a higher level than the next person. And honestly, not for nothing, I think men caught on to this a lot. As much as I can talk to the females about it, men are the ones that really jump on this shit a lot. Oh, what's good, Jack? What's good? You said you're new to my channel. I mean, I've been here for a while, but at the same time, I'm always seeing new people every day. So I appreciate you, Jack. Um, like I said, I think men get caught up in a lot of this stuff. Cause I see a lot of bickering back and forth between the guys in the space. Because a lot of men sounding intelligent is one thing that is easier than actually feeling superior. Again, not stronger, not richer, not tougher, just smarter. If they can seem to be more rational, if they can seem to be more aware. And once I noticed that there are some men that get attached to that kind of image, they run with it. They take the football and they run with that shit. Now he cannot just say that he's missing something. He cannot just sound like he's unsure. He cannot just sound like the things that he's expounding are simple. Everything becomes about staying above the fray. This is an issue. This is an issue, folks. And that is why the whole thing gets ugly when I see a lot of these quote panel conversations. I get so tired of seeing panel conversations because I think when you walk away at the end of the stream, when it's all gone, when everything is all said and done, what exactly did you get from it? What exactly did you learn? What new insight, what new clarity, what new concepts came to mind? Or did you just hear a whole bunch of grown ass men argue back and forth about absolutely nothing? Instead, I just sat there and just watched a whole bunch of people get into their own ideal about how their identity is built on sounding smart. Honestly, when you look at the cost of everything, it didn't cost that much at all. It's very cheap. Now, being wrong feels humiliating. It does. You can be feeling confused. It can be embarrassing. You can feel like you're an average person in a way that you don't really even want to accept it. But to me, I'm like, so what? What happens after that? Do you think people should stop speaking plainly to each other? People should stop being real. People should stop learning. Because a lot of these guys sound polished, like they rehearsed all their talking points and all their narratives in the meeting, in the mirror. Who knows? Maybe they are having meetings with other people and regurgitating the same bullshit. Because learning looks like it's unfinished. It really does look unfinished. Because a lot of times when I'm having conversations, I'm not scripted. I'm not having something going on. I am there in real time, talking, understanding, listening, not to respond, not hearing to respond. I'm listening to try to understand many key factors in that moment. Where are you getting at? What's the point that you're actually making? Do you actually believe this thing, or are you just talking out your ass? Because if I ask you questions that go 3 levels deep, how much of this is really you? We're talking about now authenticity. You said, "Damn, you look good." I appreciate that. I feel good. I appreciate you. Like, how much of this is really your words? Or are you just sitting here really being indoctrinated, going through other people's bullshit, taking up their points because no one else challenged them on that point? You think is now something that's great that you can expound on in the future because no one challenged it. But how many of these points are actually you? Every time, and as someone who's had to have so many different conversations off and online, someone who's at the council, so many people, had to really put people in perspective. This is why I love my personal friend group, because they put me in perspective all the time. So for me to be able to also talk to other people and give them a perspective that they're not looking at is really great. But to have so many people online that believe that their perspective is the only perspective, and they'll turn and say, "Well, no, I don't think I know everything," then stop sounding as if you're knowing everything. Stop pretending as if you can teach everybody. And when someone gives you a bit of information, you don't pretend like it's something that you actually didn't know. Instead, you're like, "Well, that's your perspective." No, 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 no. It is a perspective that is different from yours. Can you say that their perspective is actually wrong, or you just don't agree with it? That's important. What's good, Crab? Appreciate you being in the building. That's very important. It's so funny when you deal with people in real life versus when you deal with them online. Because so many people hide in so many different ways online. They hide behind their screen name. They hide behind the fact that, "Oh, I lost internet connection," when I really fucking just what? Rage quit. All of this different stuff that happens. And I'm like, just have the conversation. There are so many people who play a character when they're online, and then when you have back conversation with them, whether it's on Discord, whether it's behind one of your streaming apps like StreamYard or things like that, they're not spitting the same tune. They're not spitting the same tune. I look poor. Do me a favor. Go down in my description. You'll see it. IamResla. Show me your setup and let me know how rich you look. I bet you look poor. I bet you look worse than I do. Just putting that out there. What's good, Samuel? I just gotta put it out there. I bet you look really poor. So you talking about my setup? I bet yours is fucking abysmal. Absolutely. Like I said, motherfuckers out here trying to sound fucking finished, like the motherfucker in that chat right there. He trying to sound fucking finished. Shit. I bet you don't. I bet you fucking don't. I bet you don't have a Porsche or a fucking chat, or a fucking Rolex or anything. I bet you have none of that. You know what? In fact, let me help you out. The fuck? Ain't got shit going on. You can suck on that left nut. Let me help you out. You can take a little bit of a breather. Figure out where the fuck you at. This is my second. Does it matter how many beers I've been in? Here's the funny part about dealing with guys, by the way, because most of the guys who run off, they're happy to be men. They are so concerned with other people. You say kind of low. What's kind of low? How many beers I'm drinking is kind of low. Okay, so there's so many people that are so concerned with what other people are doing, and I always put the same thing out there. What's the difference that you're making in your life? Well, guess what? If you're saying that kind of low, guess what? I'm okay with that because I'm not here to live up to your expectations. I live life for me. You live life for you. I don't live off of other people. If I'm a man, no, I'm a man. I'm just not your man. You sound like, honestly, you should chill out. I don't know what's this whole thing about men trying to please other men. It sounds really, really weird. It sounds really weird for men to be policing other men, to be so fixated on other men. It sounds really, really weird. You should really get your affairs in order. Really do. I don't really go out there and be sitting there talking about what other men should be doing. Honestly, I'm living my life. I'm living my life. I'm doing my thing. My chick don't care. My family don't care. My job don't care. But you guys will sit up in here and then sit there and talking about, oh, let me go talk about what this guy want to do. And this is what I want you to do. No one gives up. No one asked you, and no one give a fuck about what you wanted to do. It's that simple. But to get back to the point that I'm talking about, a lot of mofos, like the mofos is sitting in the chat, a lot of people like to just go about spouting shit and don't actually do anything to back it up, because most people are really just taking talking points that come from other people. Really just come from other people. They really don't even have shit to prove for themselves. They just talk just to talk because they really need attention. And I just say, anything that you think that you feel is differently, you could always start a channel of your own. But that's not what you do. You go to other people's places and you do nothing. That's the trap. It's not intelligence, folks. It's the need to look intelligent. That's your trap. And I think that is why so much online discussion is fucking dead. It's fucking dead. And I always have the same rules, by the way, because the funny part, I'm not even looking at the chat. But if you're gonna be a troll, you should at least be funny. Being a dick doesn't help you. Not with me. I've got way too much control. I've got way too much being in my industry. I'm a professional. Like, honestly, you're not gonna trigger or rage bait me. You might find a creator online that you could do that to. It won't happen with me. I have to literally deal with conflict every day. That's why I'm just laughing with, like, what do you think? Okay, oh, your liquor. Oh, look, that means nothing to me. Because nothing of what you say influences my real life. Nothing. So you're going to have to really try hard. You're really going to have to give it the good old go-to. You're really going to have to try. You're going to have to really try hard. Those little things that you put means nothing. Not very animal. I'm good. I'm Gucci. I'm living a good life. Not to say that everybody who wants to throw out their little tidbits actually are, which is why they go about trying to ruin other people's days, but they can't ruin mine because I'm actually self-aware. They think they're doing something, or they're multiple sock accounts or porn accounts. It means very, very little. I don't. What the hell they think they're doing? And they think that they're actually doing something, and they're like a lot of the people that I actually run across in a lot of different spaces, that they want to be deeper than they actually are, because, not for nothing, people are afraid of being average. And that's why online discussions happen to be dead. It does not need to feel curious, does not need to feel open. Everything around them, in fact, because the guy that says gay, right, feels stiff. Gay. That's for you, buddy. That's for you. Like, people are protecting actually something that really matters. I always talk about, though, things that are human behavior and what exactly we get to on a regular basis. And the fact that there are even people that come into the chat and having a conversation, and he thinks that the strongest conversation that he can have is about alcohol? Sounds like you have a problem that you need to sort out. Alcohol is your problem? It seems like you need to get life in order. And now for nothing, I think what a lot of people are trying to protect for themselves is shame from the start of being an ordinary mofo. That is what sits under a lot of this that I'm looking at. They're not brilliant. It's shame. Shame about being average. Shame about being one of many. Shame about the fact that honestly they can't really stand out. And once that shame gets mixed up with their pride, the people that they start using for intelligence is all in the wrong way. They can't get close to the truth. They're done. They are already cooked before they even started. They are so far from being anything outside of being normal. And that is why this matter. Well, guess what? If this is stupid, let me help you out. You could take a little nap then. This is so stupid. Let me help you out. Because you can always exercise the no, I don't rap. If you don't like it, you can exercise the X button. The fuck? Because honestly, there is nothing wrong. And I've said this to so many people on so many different streams that I've put up. There's nothing wrong with being ordinary. But I've run into so many conversations with people, so many Discord, so many freaking panel conversations with people who tend to have a problem with just being a normal person. What's good, the wench? What's going on? Who shamed me for having a? There are people who are drunks. People who are drunks. You can't hold your liquor. I also just got home, but you only on 2 beers. I guess you can sit at home in your trailer park all fucking day and just fucking drink all fucking day in your trailer park. Some of us actually have real lives, real jobs, and real families. Sorry, we can't sit around just getting boozed up all day. You fucking degenerate. The fuck? If you know my history, you know my history. If you don't, you don't. You've only seen me for less than a minute and you already can surmise, again, people who have fake intelligence about everything that's going on and they think that they're trolling. Mama, what do I say if you're going to be a troll in my chat? They wouldn't know because they're just coming in. They're just not. What do I say about being a troll? If you're going to be a troll, you should at least be fucking funny. What's good, OG? If you're gonna, you at least try to be funny. Being a dick that won't help you with me. Being funny, being able to have me look at myself, look at what I'm saying, look at myself. That's fucking funny. You just coming in and just saying dumb shit. I mean, you know. Well, don't say you're a troll if you haven't done anything yet, Vito. Don't say you're a troll. People claim to be things all the time that they're actually not. I've seen real trolls. I've been trolled really for real. Most people claim that they're being trolls, but they're just being idiots and they're just being assholes. Just being a dick doesn't make you a troll. It doesn't. Being an asshole just doesn't make you a troll. I've had trolls that had me in tears, laughing my ass off. That I'm like, I gotta keep you around. I gotta keep you around as a troll. Because you're so good, you're so quick, you call me out on my bullshit, I gotta keep you around. Most people just think, I'm just gonna be a dick, and I'm just gonna hang on every word that he says, and it's gonna matter. And I'm like, and then they realize very quickly, I don't give a fuck. I just exercise the same rights that you do. You can hit the X button, and I can hit the ban button. It's just that simple. I don't get out of my character. I don't fucking lose my shit. So you tell me, if you're going to tell me you're a troll, prove it. Prove it. Because the same way how I don't run up on a comedian and say, make me laugh. If you're going to be a fucking troll, you're going to have to prove it. Don't tell me you're a troll. The same way you can't tell me you're a millionaire. Because I have to ask you to prove it. No. You actually are by doing the thing that you say that you are. You said you're not an S troll? You're not a troll at all then. Because there is no S comedian. You're a comedian or you're not. You're good at what you do or you're not. Some people want to claim that they want to do stand up. And then they realize real quick they're just not fucking measuring up. That means you're not a comedian. If only you find yourself to be funny, you're not fucking funny. Because these are the people that don't understand when people are laughing with them or people are laughing at them. There's a difference. And I've been on multiple different platforms, multiple different people's channels. I've been in fucking chats, whatever. Like, it's all good. I have no opinion on Israel because you know why? My life is more important than Israel. I'm too busy living my own life. Instead of me worrying about Israel, what about my family? What about my friends? What about my living standards? Why am I worried about Israel? Why would I worry about it? I'm living my life. Israel is far from my fucking mind. Why would I care about Israel? I have to worry about me living every day. Israel's not going to change my living standards. Israel's not going to change what I can do to benefit my friends, my family, my paycheck. It won't. So that's my opinion on Israel. Guess what? Here's the funny part about it. You say, is this guy for real? Israel is the reason why my gas. Let me tell you something right now, Soup. I live in New York City. I have mass transit. I'm not worried about gas prices. I don't drive a truck. I don't drive a Tesla. I don't drive no souped up fucking shit. I'm good. I live in the city. But again, it's all specific to the individual. If you really believe that your whole life is ruined because you have a problem filling up your tank, you should figure out where you're living. It doesn't change my living. I take mass transit. Now, it might affect you. You might put everything on Israel. That doesn't affect me. Cruising on the subway. Yes, NPC. Shout out to NPC the gang. It might affect you. But do you think it affects everybody? Do you think Israel affects everybody the same way that you think it affects you? No. There are plenty of people, by the way, that have no problem paying that gas cost. There are plenty of people who have no problem paying it. If your whole, by the way, let me just put this out there. Soup. Let's be honest. I'm just gonna put it out there. Hey, honest to you. If your whole life is shaken by you filling up a gas tank, you're already in a bad position way before fucking Israel. Can we just keep it a buck? If your whole life hinges on your gas tank, you're already in a bad position well before Israel ever took place. Let's just keep it a buck for a moment there. Don't hear me to respond. Listen to understand what I'm saying. And by the way, shout out to Stephen Hall. Shout out to OG Do Dirty. Thank you for the super chat. Think about what I'm just saying right now. If your whole life is hinging on whether you can fill up your gas tank, you are already in problems well before Israel. That means you were already fucking having problems before Netanyahu ever had anything to fucking say, which means that you need to figure out your fucking life decisions. Because it made no difference whether Bush was in office all the way to when Trump was in office. Your ass was already still struggling. Let's just keep it a buck. Your gas tank buck. Let's just keep it a buck for a moment. Let's just be honest. Instead of pointing the finger at everything else around the world, why don't we start with pointing the finger at ourselves? So if you're struggling in the gas tank, you need to look at yourself. Because you're not paying for tankers to come in. You probably have a car or two, have your house. which a lot of people do, by the way, you have to look at yourself. If you're saying that the reason why you're so poor and how things are not going and your wife's about to leave you and your kids hate you is all because of you can't fill up your gas tank, you have way bigger fucking problems than Israel. And it was there before Israel. It was there before Netanyahu. It was there beforehand. The fact that you think that other people are affecting your life and the choices that you have to make on a daily basis is ludicrous to me. You have to get up, Soup. You have to get up every day and make economic decisions for you, your friends, and your family. And instead, you're saying it's because of someone else why you cannot get what you're looking for in life. Do you understand how much agency that you put in other people? No, you're not banned. I'm reading what you're saying. The fact that you're not even the fact that you even said that I'm not even legally able to drive is not anyone's fault but yours. Like, what are we saying here? It's not one's fault. Like, why are you putting the onus on something else and not looking at yourself first? It's so easy to blame someone else, but you got to get up every fucking morning and draw a fucking breath. Why is it anyone else's responsibility? Soup is cold should be Soup is hot because he should be pissed to do something for himself. He should be heated. He should be boiling. He should be ready to serve what that soup is. No, 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 no. I don't want to hear I'm too young. There are people who's been working as early as fucking 14. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Because if you can come to me with all that bullshit, then you don't have any fucking excuses. I know people that's been working since fucking 14. I'm 40 fucking 4. I don't want to hear it. I know people that's fucking 16-year-old coming out of fucking rural fucking Midwest that does way more shit early than when I fucking started going to work. I don't want to hear that. And guess what? There are people who don't. Guess what, Cold? There's people who don't own a fucking house at fucking 40. That's the nature of the game that we're in today. But I can tell you who's not responsible for that. Israel. Do you know that the average, I don't think you've done the research. So let me just tell you, the average homeowner is around 40s and their 50s. It's not even 20s and 30s anymore. That was well before Israel. I know it feels very good to try to fucking find a bad guy, but let's be honest. There are also people who turn around and they get their fucking first house or their condo, because not everybody wants to live in a house. They do condos and they got it in their 20s, but guess what? They had extreme extenuating circumstances, like people that left money to them, which not everybody has, or they got lucky and they earned their fucking millions, or they earned it like YouTube, or they did real estate early or whatever. Like, it doesn't. Let me tell you something, Soup. Let me tell you something, Soup, that's very important. And I said this for so long, so you're not a person who's really been on my channel to really understand what I'm about to say to you. The world does not owe you or me understanding. It is what it is. If you believe that the world, that all societies are fair, you're fooling yourself. There are in the game of life, you are placed where you're placed at. You had no control of what family you were born into, what circumstances you were going to be born into. There are people outside of yourself, outside of you, who were born in worse conditions than you are. And there are people who were born in better condition than you are. Now, There are some people who have in better condition than you are fall to either where you are or fall behind you. And there are people who have less than you are who can either rise up to where you are or even go ahead of you. This is about everybody else's perspective and how they see the world. You have your own perspective. I have my own perspective. This is a matter of opinion, not blame. Opinion. And the beautiful part about being a human being here on earth, sir or ma'am, whatever you want to put yourself, you have the opportunity, you have the luxury of changing your opinion whenever you want. Whenever you want. It's only you who believe that I can't do anything unless somebody else does something for me. You're the one that's stuck because you put all of your effort, all of your time, and your actual future in someone else's hands. You're the one that's lost. And the sooner you're willing to go take something up for yourself, which means if you have to work extra, guess what? You're going to have to work extra. You don't get what you deserve in this world. You get what you qualify for. The question is, what are you doing to qualify for what you want? What are you willing to do? Just because you suck in oxygen and exhale carbon does not mean that you're deserving of something on this planet. I hate that. I apologize if no one told you this. The best thing that Tony Robbins ever put out in any books and anything he ever said is that I wish somebody had told you from the very beginning that the moment you were born, you were beginning to die. Let me say that again. That the moment you were born, you were beginning to die. Let me tell you what I told somebody else. If you're bored, feel free to exercise the X button because nobody is holding you. In fact, I tell so many people this. You don't even need to announce it. Just go. That's your. It doesn't affect me. I'm leaving. It doesn't affect me. You telling me you're leaving does nothing. Because guess what? It doesn't affect my life. Okay, bye. I think a lot of you wish that you had more control of how other people feel, most of all about you, than how you feel about yourself. Let me say that again. So many people, especially online, but in real life too, because I have to have these conversations with so many people because I train a lot of people, want to influence and have everybody else care more about their thing and their feelings and what's going on with them than them understanding that what they're going through, everybody's got something going on in their own. The world does not revolve around you, which is why, let me say it again, folks. The world does not owe you nor me understanding. Some of you guys lean on everything. You lean on the Lord. You lean on karma. You lean on, and the truth of the matter is that none of that matters to the globe. It's been spinning before you were here. It will spin after you are here. It will spin regardless. It does not care because you're here. The globe was here before you, before your parents, before your grandparents, before your great-grandparents, before your great-great-great-grandparents. It does not care about your particular ideas of what nature's law will be. It has its own, and that is to keep spinning with or without you. The moment you fucking understand that, you're going to be better. So don't worry about Israel. Worry about why shit is not going well for you. I'm 44. Music. I'm 44. I just recently turned 44. But it's important. And here's the fun part about it. Most of the people that I train are younger than I am. I do have to train some people that's older than I am because they're fucking stuck too. Most people I train are younger than me. And the funny part about it is that they say, I can't believe the way that you're moving. You move. Because I make most of the youngest person I have on the team that I train is 23 currently. And I outpace all of them. Not because I want to prove that I'm younger, that I have it all in me. No, it's because they have a different perspective of life than I do. And I just say to them all the time, whatever you see me do, you don't need to do. You have to move at your pace. But your pace is all dictated on the fact of what you find important in life for you. Do not let other people dictate to you what's most important in the life for you. But also, do not blame other people for the things that you did not do because you did not want to move fast enough. There are so many different versions of ourselves, and sometimes those versions hinge on opportunities. Let me say that again. That version hinges on opportunities that are granted to us. And here's the next thing about that, folks. Not everybody, not everyone, not every opportunity is for you. Let me say that again for you. Not every opportunity is for you. Sometimes, if you're really cognizant enough, the opportunities that are given to you are for the people that's supposed to be in your network, which means that you need to have a strong enough network to recommend other people who are befitting of an opportunity that came your way to give it to them, so that when they take the opportunity and they come up, they bring you with them. They bring you with them. Not you being the Jesus of the crew. Sometimes you have to sit back and give other people the opportunity that's better than you trying to do it and fumble in the fucking bag. It is. Let me give everybody a little bit of a game here. You can take it whether you want to, because you can say, "Oh, he doesn't know shit," and that's fine. It is better to owe people than to be owed. But those who've been watching me long enough, you know what I mean when I say that. But let the other people who are new in the building figure it out. It is better to owe other people than it is to be owed. You ever had somebody owe you money? How quickly they keep moving around the fucking area before they actually pay you back? I'll let you sit with that for a moment. I'll let you sit with that. What do you mean, are you rock star? I guess the question in my mind is, why do you need to be a rock star? How well do rock stars turn out? How well do rock stars turn out? I love how people, like, if you're not a celebrity, then you really don't have any fucking information to give people, even though I'm here talking to you right now and I really don't know what it is that you do or where you've been or what things are like or what your experience is, which, by the way, is only my opinion. My opinion. Mine and mine alone opinion. For those who don't know, because you're new, you're catching me right now. I had a show, a debate on whether I want to do it again because it's just too exhausting. But I had a show that's literally called Opinionated, where the only thing we had to do was contend with the conversation and give our actual opinions on it. Not to get the W, to learn and understand the perspectives of other people. You may or may not agree. You can have a conversation to even get more clarity. I even had rules for everybody. My first rule was be mindful about what the hell you say when you're on the internet, even in a chat, because when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. That's the first one. Second one was always, if you say something that someone else has a problem with, you have several options under your tool belt. You can A, apologize because maybe you didn't mean what the hell you said. Most people don't take that option. The second one is that you can clarify. I always advocate for this one. Clarify on what the hell you were saying. Maybe they just didn't hear it properly. You need to say it a different way. All right. And the third one was that you can double down and be like, what I say. I said what I said. Now that generally brings forth a bit of contention, and you're going to have to be the one to battle out. Whether it's one person, whether it's two people, whether it's three people, or whatever. It depends on what the panel actually had looked like at the time. And the third one is exactly what I told the people who tried to be trolls within this particular stream. At any time any moment, no one is holding you hostage. Feel free to hit that X button if you don't want to be here. It won't bother anyone on the panel. It won't bother anyone in chat because you have it in your mind that you are more important than the actual conversation, the actual platform, the actual other people who are also participating. The world will not break because you gave up. Let me say this again. The world will not break because you motherfucking gave up. It just means you're not in the right mindset for the room. And yes, you're going to hear tough conversation. You're going to hear things that you're not going to like. You're going to hear things that's going to go up against your narratives and your talking points. You're going to get all of that. If you're not okay with having your views challenged, this is not the space for you. It's not. This is not the place for you. If you're not here to get criticized and hear perspectives that are outside of yours and hear actual concrete reasons to why they believe, and you not living in your fifis because you need to listen to understand and not here to respond because you like to go on debate bro mentality or just say, I'm going to be a troll. Look, I'm going to be your best troll ever. And you fail because you think I'm one of these other poor, sympathetic, slow-minded mofos. You are absolutely dead wrong. Because I literally have to do a conflict for a living. If you're smart, like Resto Chesto, if you're smart, you'll understand when is a good time to try to provoke me and when's not a good time to provoke me. He's been around long enough to know. And he knows there's a time when I will amp it up for the fucking sake of amping it up, and other times where I'm just not going to be invested. I'm not going to bother. But I also say this, if you have a problem where you say, I'm not really going to contribute, but I have a problem and I think I'm not going to stick around, one of my lovely mods will see you the hell out. Because one of the things that I say is that we don't have to suffer anybody. We choose to have who we want to have here, but we choose to suffer no one. Some people say, we don't do this. I don't ban. I don't do. I do. I do, because I won't have you ruin it for everybody else because you just like to walk around and hold your dick in your hand. I will. If that's a problem for you, see your way out. If I was wearing my shirt, you would see it. It said, I said what I said. And by the way, for the guy who got clipped earlier, I'm on to my third, since apparently 2 is not enough. You fucking alcoholic. And by the way, I'm on my third, because people who know me, I'm on my third of this pack. You want to see all the other shit? I've already gone through 2 pints. This is my third beer of my Heinekens. I already been through 3 other beers of my Coronas, and I went through 2 bottles of fucking soju. Not that I had to give him any clarification, because it's really not his fucking business. And I'm still doing my damn stream, and I'm still being eloquent, and I'm still doing my normal shit, because why? I'm a professional. I am. What's good, Peace? Peace Dynamo in the building. See, you haven't been around long enough to know what I do and how I do it. Let me say that again. 2 pints. Hey, mama, what's the pints that I like to drink? You should know. I've been drinking them for years on this channel. What's the pint I like? I drink. And again, 3 Coronas. I'm on my 3rd Heineken. And I had 2 bottles of soju. 1 soju plain, 1 soju grape. I like this. I like the grape soju. But I had 2 pints of, since mama's being a little bit late in here, I had 2 pints of Foster's. I'm still good. but I can't handle my alcohol because I'm a lightweight, right? They ain't nobody who's watching me on my channel says that I'm a lightweight. Because the one thing you have not seen me do, and you see me put away alcohol, the one thing you cannot say is that you've ever caught me on my channel, A, being drunk, B, falling asleep on my channel. Now, you've heard me. You have not seen me. And that's why, because I have contingencies in place. Thank you, mama. She said it. Fosters. It is what it is. Salute, no chaser. No chasers in the building. It is what it is. Am I not for nothing? Shout out to you guys who are just new coming in the building. If you don't know, get the other stuff or the streams or the videos or whatever, and you'll get a good idea of what I talk about, what I do. If you're looking for your clout shit or your reactionary channels or whatever, you're gonna have to figure it out, because I'm not gonna tell you what I do and what I don't do, simply because this is 2026, and in 2026 we don't really talk about shit, we just do shit. We don't talk, we just do. This is the year of action. This is not the year of talking. Many of you guys are still stuck in the talking shit phase. You're like dating. You're in the talking phase. Yes, I'm running 2 streams. Yes, I am. You're gonna have to explain it to me. What is GFFD? Wesley, what's GFFD? What is that? That's a new one for me. Just hit me with that real quick in case I have to see that again in the future. I've never seen GFFD, and I've got a lot of people who are like Gen Z and Gen Alpha who are sub to me, but I've never seen GFFD. See new shit all the time. I love seeing shit. You said, are you running 2 streams because it appears in the vertical? Yes. Yeah. Like again, mama, I am running two separate streams. I am. I know normally I don't like to do it because I'm doing my own thing. But I think for this year, we gonna try different things. By the way, mama, I'm not just running 2 different streams, vertical and horizontal. I'm actually on multiple platforms right now. So I'm not just on YouTube. I'm on multiple platforms right now. Just putting that out there. And you're gonna see other changes coming up to the platform as well, to the channel as well. So just putting it out there. Not that I need to explain it. I'm just gonna do it. It is what it is. But on to what I was saying before, because people think that they took me off my fucking path, but they don't. Because why? Ain't shit changed in the game. Ain't shit changed. So a lot of people I hear and they're talking about being normal, right? Being ordinary, and this is the thing that bothers them, right? And I think there's nothing wrong with being a normal person still trying to figure things out. I even started this whole platform out about people who were just starting their lives out and trying to figure out the things that are really important to them, whether they happen to be in their 40s, in their 50s. I've talked to people who had to train people in their retirement ages, people who are early in their 20s. Like I said, I got a 23-year-old. I'm still trying to get through their head because they think they want to make a difference. I'm like, you're 23. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. I don't know what you're thinking right now. And a lot of people are still trying to figure themselves out. You said, okay, let me find the horizontal. I mean, you can do whatever you want, mama. I'm on both. And a lot of people there is not there's nothing wrong with being the normal person. You don't need to always sound like you got it all together. That's the whole point of learning. It doesn't matter whether you're in your 20s, whether you're in your 30s, whether you're in your 40s, whether you're in your 50s, you're always learning. That's the most important part, to always keep learning, to always keep adapting. Because too many people, and I've seen this early people that's sitting in their fucking 30s, that they get stuck and they start forming the world and how it should be according to their viewpoints. And I'm like, now you're moving like a dinosaur because you think those mindsets are ever going to change because your 40s and your 50s and your 60s. No. And now you're stuck on the way how you want the world to be and not the way how the world is. You are stuck. You are broken. You are fucked up. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm sitting in my 40s and I'm always adapting to the new world. You'd be surprised how many apps sit on my phone because I'm always trying out something new. Because the moment I get access to it, I'm like, let's do it. Because I just don't want to sit behind. I love my industry because I get to meet people across the board in multiple ages. But online, people act like being regular is a failure. So they build themselves around not sounding like they're normal people. And after a while, you start to pick up on things. You start to actually hear a lot of that conversation if you're being in tune to it. You can hear when somebody is not just sharing their actual true thought. You can hear when people need that thought to make them look like they're above everyone else. And that is when, not for nothing, that is when the whole thing, the whole concept, their whole strategy starts to feel hollow to me. Because the point is no longer about the truth. The point is about holding a rank. The point is about their own image to not just the people that sit around the platform, not just the person that they're having that conversation with. The images out to the world. They want to look like they are, like if somebody sees this conversation and they're going to see how measured I am, that they're going to come seek me out. No one's looking for you. Especially no one's looking for you when you're on someone else's shit. And if they go to your channel as a content creator, if you happen to be a content creator, that if you don't have consistency within your own work, that they're going to pick you out. They are not. Because the thing that in content creation, and I say to all of you, if you want to do content creation, start today. Don't wait later. Start today. Anyone can do it. You're all watching me right now. Do it. The point is not being the one in the crowd. The point is to pick your own lane and to do your own thing. Some people might get ahead than others, and there's so many, like I said, the way of life. Some people are going to be lucky and they're going to get pushed ahead. Some people are going to do all their hard work effort, like me, and they're going to be either still stuck where they're at or they're going to be behind. The most important part is that if it's important to you, it's not a cheat code. If it's important to you, if it's something that you find to be valuable to other people and not just yourself, you will be consistent. Let me say it again. Not a rags to riches. It is not this is the cheat code to me becoming a billionaire and me being famous. It's not. It will not do that. You need to be consistent and you need to actually have a point. Not I just didn't pick a niche. No, if I just repeat what everybody else did, that might get you somewhere for a time. For a short while. But at some point, people are going to look at you for your actual take and not the takes that you stole from everybody else. And then, of course, if you run across someone like me, random little nobody, who starts asking you very, not even deep, service level conversation, because I study things like human behavior. And let me show you how nasty I am. Do you see these books over here? All of these books are all based on psychology, human behavior, and communication. You know what's the big Bible book that I'm reading right now? I showed my chat last time. Look at this book. Look at this book. Look how thick this book is. Guess what this book says? Anyone want to take a guess on what this book says? Anyone? I just need one person to just say what they think the book is about. You can say the book is the thick ass Bible book that I'm holding up is all about making the perfect ham sandwich. You can even give the wrong answer. What do you think the book is about? What do you think this big ass freaking book is about? I showed people last week what the book was. Was it last week? It might have been the week before because I wasn't on. I don't think I was really live last week. I got busy with a whole new client. Anyone have an idea what the book might be? Drawing a blank? I'm surprised. I'm surprised Mama didn't have something slick to say. Oh, it's never mind. Never mind. She beat me to it. Never mind. She beat me to it. She said the Kama Sutra. Uh, no, Mama, it's not the Kama Sutra. My dick works just fine. Thank you very much. It's good. It's good. It puts down work. It keeps them smiling. They feel worn out. They're sweaty. They got to get cleaned afterwards. It's all good. Like, so that, no, it's not the Kama Sutra. It is the behavioral operational manual. That's what it is. This is how much I am into human behavior, folks. Now, I know some of y'all guys might be thinking right now, well, what does he do for a living? I could tell you some of the things I have done. I will not tell you what I am doing for a living. And I know some of y'all get really nosy and you're like, oh, let me go look up his LinkedIn and let me go look up his LinkedIn, let me go look at his profile, let me go. That's cool. You know what I never do? I never list who I am working for on my resumes or on anything else until after I have already stopped working for somebody. So you will never know who I'm working for. It's important. And I explain that to all of them. Like, hey, in case you guys have your recruitment or HRs and you just look for the, like, for instance, I have never had a recruiter. Maybe it's different for you guys. I've never had a recruiter reach out to me while I'm working for someone and say, we have a job that we think that would be great for you. Never happened. Never once happened. So they always see who I worked for when it ended. And then they're just like, well, it seems like you're unemployed. And I'm just like, it does. But no one's ever reached out to me. So I'm always reaching out to other people. And they're like, oh, you're no longer working for so-and-so? I'm like, I'm not. Here's what I'm working for. And they're like, oh, we don't see that on your LinkedIn. Or we don't see that on your resume. Like, Indeed, which is a personally terrible place. And there's other places I'm not going to bother because I'm not a recruiter. And I don't know how well those things are going to work out. And they're just like, oh, I didn't know that. I'm like, yeah, here's my references. Here's my manager. Here's all the other stuff that you need to know. And they're like, oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. And they reach out. They confirm I am employed. Look, and they're just like, okay, well, are you going to update your... I'm like, no. I'm not. I never told them why until I have an offer letter. I'm like, okay, let me tell you this. So for one, I don't put up my resume because I do this. I never talk about my job. Here's what it is. I never mention, like, this is the reason why it is. And they're just like, so no one's gonna... No, I say, the reason why I do that is because y'all mofos on the internet are just crazy. Y'all, some of y'all are crazy. Some of y'all are deranged. Some of you are just too attached. Some of you, you're just, honestly, you're bored. You need purpose. You need purpose. And not for nothing, I've had this conversation, and everybody who's gonna hear, who's here, who knows me well enough, is gonna know when I say this. A lot of people are so broken and so poor and so destitute in their own life that the only way that they can feel better about their lives is to ruin someone else's. So I don't give anyone an opportunity. Because some of you guys just really, instead of making your lives better like the individuals here earlier, bye-bye. Instead of making your life better, oh, look how many people left the moment I said that. Oh, we can't find his job. They left. They're like, we can't find his job. Oh, we're out. We're leaving. We can't find his job. And here's my and the funny part about it is I also said this about people. Let's just say if you were even able to look me up. Not that I'm actually hiding out here in these internet streets. Two things you need to think about. Number one, if you're looking for something on me, you will be heavily burdened, because the one thing you're going to find is that there's nothing special about me. You're not going to find unpaid parking tickets. You're not going to file child support checks. You're not going to find a felony. You're not going to find any of that shit. I'm discussing about by the way, I'm discussing. You can see the title. The title is that people are afraid of being average. That's what I'm discussing, Jonathan. So I'm just taking a little small break because I need to address things that people think that they're going to see and they don't really see. So I'm like, because people think that like they're coming across my channel all the time. They see things and they just figure that they can put their normal antics onto me, which I'm like, honestly, a lot of people, you're not new to the game. Like what you're doing, other people have already seen. Like the internet is not brand new. What you're doing is not brand new, and you are not special. You're not. Just putting that out there. Just thought you should know from one human being on Earth to another. Doesn't matter if you're here in the US, doesn't matter if you're in Bangladesh, doesn't matter if you're in the UK, doesn't matter if you're in China, doesn't matter if you're in Japan, doesn't matter if you're in the Philippines or Singapore or whatever. It doesn't matter. You are not special. Now, to what we were talking about. So, again, I don't think the problem with a lot of people is that too many people are smart. That's not necessarily it. I think that the problem is that too many people are ashamed of being perceived as average people. Average, happy-go-lucky, if they're lucky to be happy, individuals. That they live among the normal class of people. And by the way, that's a shame. It is a shame making people talk like every sentence is supposed to prove something about their worth. It is a shame, by the way. And not for nothing, as someone who's been watching a lot of the platforms, who's been even on some platforms, it's exhausting. It also makes people less honest. I'm just going to keep it a buck. Because once sounding smart matters more than actually being honest, the mind stops being the tool. Instead, it becomes a shield. Because now you want to preserve the image of you being an intellectual, being a smart person, than you actually be the person that's trying to figure out and discover and become a better person. And that's when it all happens, when all things start falling apart. A person can spend years sounding like they are on point and still never really face the most important thing that's important. Not politics, not religion. It is not Israel. It's about themselves. It is about themselves. The most important thing to discover is knowing yourself. Before you even think to understand other people, you need to first understand yourself. I can guarantee you, through my own experience, someone who's done some of the work, and I'm not here to tell you what to do, but it is going to be very difficult for you to understand other people if you cannot sort your own shit out. So no, I do not think people are mainly afraid of being wrong. I think people are afraid of looking weak, for sure. But I don't think people are. I used to say people were afraid of being wrong, but as I'm thinking about it, people are not always afraid of being wrong. Not always, because there are people like me who's not afraid of being wrong. And I know I've had many people that turn around and say, "Oh, look, you said this before, and now look, you was wrong." And I go, "Yeah, I'm allowed to do that. I'm human. Human beings are not written in stone. I thought about it. You may have a point. My position has updated. Why is that an indictment? Can you imagine?" And this is why I put to some people. Could you imagine if you are a husband, you got married to your significant other when you were 25 years old? I'm gonna go as a guy. Let me put this to the guys. Imagine you are a guy. You got married to your significant other. You are 25. She is 24, or 25, whatever you like. And here you are, 45 years old. You think about all the things that you went through, the trials and tribulations. Maybe you have kids, maybe you don't, whatever it is. Would you turn around and say that you think that you being as a 45-year-old man, some 20 years later, that you would still take the advice of your 25-year-old self as a 45-year-old man? The answer would be absolutely not. Because here's the truth of the matter, your 25-year-old self didn't know shit. It didn't know. And here's the thing, experience, and time is the biggest teacher of all things. When I am dealing with people who are older than I am and even younger than I am, I have to let both know, even if they're in the same room, the only difference between me and y'all is time. Some of you guys have more time on me and learn less than I did. Some of you guys are younger than I am and know more than I do. And some of you, I am sitting here in the middle and know more than the both of you at both your extreme of your ages. The human brain, the cognition to learn, is not a monolith. It is not of you are this age, so therefore you know this thing. It is not. That's not the way how the human brain is set up. And that's why I see so many people trying to be something that they're not, because they want to believe that because they are of a certain age or because they're in a certain space that they have to know these things. And therefore they need to project confidence that they know these things, even though the thing that they're talking about, they know very little of, because they are afraid of being looked at as an ordinary person. And that fear is shaping the way people think, the way how people talk, the way that people argue, the way how people carry themselves more than they actually want to admit. Don't take my word for it. I say this all the time. I've done streams, I've done videos about logical fallacies, and I've told people to go to your favorite people who like to debate or whatever, have your favorite logical fallacies written down and just listen and observe what you're hearing and write down whether you think something is bullshit or not, and do your research on it. Not to fact check them, but to view their position, understand if it is or is not a logical fallacy. By the way, even during my streams, I say do that in reference to me, which means I give you the cheats. I give you the codes. I give you the fallacies to even correct me if you see it. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, as much as I've been waiting for it, many people prescribe things onto me, but never actually point out what my fallacies are. Because funny part, I watch my own streams and I can point out when I make a fallacy. And then I try to do streams to either state when I make a fallacy or correct those fallacies going into the future. But most people don't go for my fallacies. Instead, they try to find new positions or suppositions to expound onto me, which is funny enough because a lot of times when they do these things as well, they're doing the very thing that they're accusing me of being. I find it amusing because I find people amusing. I find people very interesting. I always say to so many people, and I'll just let you guys know, especially if you're happening to be watching new, my biggest thing is not being smarter than anyone else. I'm not. I honestly, I don't even really think I'm that bright. The only thing I really can tell you that I do all the time, my biggest gift, if you want to put it that, my gift, my talent, if you want to put it that way, is just listening to people. Observation. That's all. I find people interesting. And for the most part, I will just sit there and I will watch. I will listen. I don't respond. I'm just, The only time you really catch me going out of my way to go respond is, honestly, I guess I panel with the content because honestly, I'll start seeing people in my own chat. They're just like, Resla, why aren't you talking? Most people know me, by the way, even in online spaces or panel spaces, as I say, as being the guy who sits back, observes. Some people have to call me out. So, Resla, what do you think? And I'm just like, oh, gotta talk. Well, and then when I drop my own thing into it, it's normally the person, most people who are actually engaged in the conversation don't really disagree with me. It's the person who hears triggering words that react. And normally those are the people that get put in their place because they're unprepared. So if you're looking for words so that you can spit out keywords like transphobic, homophobic, xenophobic, whatever the hell is the top popular thing going on in right or left wing media, you're going to lose when it comes to me. You're gonna lose. If everything you have to bring to me is about politics or religion, you're going to lose. Because one thing you'll realize is that I don't fuck with both those things. But I also know more than what you think I do about those things. I just don't make it my life. And that's the whole point of what I'm talking about here. And I've said it before in other conversations, and we may have to have a conversation in the future about it, because most people are distracted by things they don't really understand, because they are distracted about the thing that is most important, but they fail to realize that it's important. And that is the fact that one day you, your mother, your father, your grandfather, your friends, your significant other, if you happen to have one, your kids, if you happen to have them, one day they are all going to die. But you'll be distracted by everything else that's happening in this world. Every politics, what's going on with Trump, what was happening with Biden, what's happening with Kamala, what's happening with Clinton, what was going on with Obama, what was going to say, with the Jews and the Israels and the Afghans, all this shit. When I say, how does that translate to you living the best life that you can? We had somebody here earlier, folks. Blamed everything on Israel. Couldn't explain how they can do anything to better their own life. Blame something across seas, across an entire fucking sea, for how they are living in their life. We're talking about the price of a gas tank. Why the fuck do you give a shit about a gas tank if you can't do anything for yourself? Why the fuck you have a gas tank? Well, I don't even have a license. I don't drive legally. That's your fault. How the fuck does that matter? Now you got two things. Number one, you're filling a gas tank. Number two, you don't even drive legally. That's twice that you're a failure. Twice. Twice you failed. Because not only can you feel it, not only you're claiming that the reason why your whole world is falling apart. I need help. Jesus, help. It's because of my gas tank. But then every time you fill your gas tank, you're worried about being pulled over. How about you do things that make yourself in the position to be less looking like a loser? You know all the rules and everything that it takes for you to be able to get your license. And if you claim that you've been driving for so long, let's just say if you're a good driver, you're probably not, which is probably why you kept fucking failing and why you can't get a fucking license. But let's just say if you've been driving for so long and you think that you're really good at driving and you're paying for a car, why not just get it over with and pay the whatever the fuck it costs? I don't know what it costs, wherever the fuck he was at, and just get your license. Why not just do that? Well, I don't feel like putting in any time to go do that. But you have time to be on the internet to find new people to complain. And you think that people who have experiences, lives, and other things going on outside of you should really care about the fact of your laziness. You talking about, well, the price of a gallon, Russell, are you serious? And I'm like, I don't have to worry about the price of gas. I live in New York City. I got trains, I got buses. I don't have to worry about filling up a gas tank. By the way, there are people who have to worry about filling up a gas tank, but that's not me. And I didn't shit on anyone who does have to fill up a gas tank. But when that mofo turned around and said, well, I don't even have a legal license and I'm filling up my gas tank and it's hurting me. The one thing I said was, if the gas tank is hurting you and you're filling up a car that you probably own, probably not, by the way, probably not, and you're filling up a gas tank that you don't even own, and you don't even have a license, you have bigger things to worry about. Much bigger things to worry about. You got to worry about getting pulled over. I don't even know if the person is legal, to be honest with you, because most likely they don't even probably have a license because they're not even a legal citizen. Probably. Who knows? If that is also the case, by the way, didn't say it was not, so then you have way bigger things. How about you take things off of your list so that you can breathe easier? That's all. Breathe easier. I don't understand the point of living a life where you need to make things harder when honestly the way to do things is already set to be so fucking easy. So easy. We're talking about moving to the next stage. And by the way, not just the next stage for you, but the next stage for other people who are also around you, your friends, your families, the things that you could do for other opportunities going to be in your life. But you're sitting here filling up a gas tank into a car you probably don't own, with no license, worried about getting pulled over, working at a job that you know if anytime one of those two other things don't fucking pan out, whether your car gets messed up or whether you get pulled over by the cops, you're going to be screwed. He said he was only 14. He said he's 14 years old, which means you really haven't lived life at all. And you're sitting here crying, bitching, complaining, moaning about Israel? Have you even gotten your first nut yet? I said what I said. I said what I said. You want to complain about Israel and you haven't even done anything to really move around your years yet? And you're at 14, let's just be honest, you don't really have a steady and good opinion. You can't even register to even go into the military. Do me a favor. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up. And take some time to learn. This is the problem that we have now, is that everybody thinks they has an opinion. You can't even be on your own. Everything you need to be done needs consent from an adult. The fuck are you talking about here? You say he's been a YouTuber for 6 years? He's been on YouTube for 6 years? I mean, you can see my YouTube account. It says I've probably been here for over 20 years. That who knows? Like, that doesn't mean he's been doing content or that he's worthy of anything, because quite frankly, and I said this before and we all know this for those who've been watching me, right? You have to be consistent at something in order to be something. You need to be consistent at something in order to say that you are something. Not what you used to do. Not what you used to be like. Not what you think is very important because that's how you feel about it. That's your hobby about it. Used to be's don't make no honey. You can aspire to what you want to do. What's good, Denizen? You can aspire to whatever you want. How many times do you want? All the live long day. That does not mean that you've actually done anything or will do anything to be prominent, because the world does not owe you or me any form of understanding. You can work your whole life, to be honest with you, and not get what you think you deserve. And you can work very little and get way more than you deserve. Sometimes it's not about what you know, but sometimes it's about who you know. And who you know is also based on your skill and your also merit. This is why I also tell people everybody's a part of your network. So when I tell you that you don't get what you deserve, you get what you qualify for. Sometimes you qualify for cheap shit. Sometimes you qualify for things that's not in your best interest. Sometimes some of the people that's around you are not the best people that should be around you, and you qualify for that. But if you're also not ready to get rid of those people, let's just say, to possibly, because you're not guaranteed that either, to possibly find something better, the fact that you were not willing to make room for other people and you thought that you could still get more and you really can't, you qualify for that as well. That's just the way how the world is. By the way, you don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. Because at the end of the day, it does not care what you think. The world does not care what you think. And I could tell you what also doesn't care more about that. The society that you live in, whether it's in these United States, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in China, whether it's in Singapore, whether it's in the UK, the greater whole does not care about singular you. You have to do something. You do. You said you're not afraid of being average. I'm afraid of letting people down. That's fine. I'm Mr. Awesome Amazing 420. That is one of the most honest things that I can hear a person say, to be honest with you. That is one of the most there's nothing wrong. N-O-T not. There's nothing wrong with a person being average, but keeping the people that they have close to them and making sure that not only they are good, but the people that's next to them is good. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But there are so many people out here faking who they are, what they're about, and not living up to their fullest potential because they believe that the world owes them something. This is not the case. This is not true. You can go your whole life doing the right thing and not getting your proper due. I've seen people who, and I know people, by the way, not just more than C, who are absolutely shitty people doing really fucking well. But because I know them and because I'm good with them, even though I know that they're dirtbags, they also put me into spaces and get me around people who help elevate my position. How many times have I said this, folks? Because you guys have heard me when I talk about my work shit when it comes to you guys. It is always good to know low people in high places. How many times have you heard me say that? It's really good. It's good to know low ass people in high places. Because it's not about everything you know. It's not about how hard you work. It's about who you know and if the other people like you. Your loyalty will never be measured by a building. Let me say this again. Your loyalty will never be measured by the building. Your loyalty will be measured by the people who like you in that building. These are the people that's going to protect you. Those four walls means nothing. The people within those four walls mean everything. And the higher they are, the better. But the higher they are and the more they don't like you, the more you are fucked. Your hard work means very little in the long run. It is good to know what you need to know. But when you have somebody who's up there and really likes you, they're like, we'll bring you on even if you don't know it. Because you know why? I'll train you. I'm just going to keep it up. I don't like it. It's not fair, but the world is not fair. The world is not fair. And keep in mind, I bumped my head, skinned up my knees, tore my shirt off and everything, trying to figure all this shit out. I've done it all. I've done it fucking all. I've sat in fucking meetings where I saw somebody who was innocent get railroaded. I've seen people who were absolutely needed to get nailed to the cross walk free. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I've seen people do everything right and still get fucking reprimanded. And I've seen people who done very little and been given second, third, fourth, fifth, six chances. I've seen it. If you're walking around believing the world needs to be fair, you're fooling yourself. The world is about the three things that I got so many slogans. I should put this on t-shirts. I should put this on mugs. The world's about three things: people, choices, and trade-offs. That's all it is. What are you willing to do for me? What am I willing to go do for you? I understand that I can't get where I'm going to go without somebody else. And I got to be okay with the fact that I made that choice. Because if it works, if it doesn't work out, I am SOL and JWF. And if you don't know, that is shit out of luck and jolly well fucked. You got to eat that. You got to eat it. If you go and you spend $100 on, not scratch offs, on lottery tickets, and you got $100 worth of lottery, you got numbers. You got more numbers than you. And you spent $100 on lottery tickets, and no number pans out. I'm not talking about you get a little $5 back. I'm not talking about you get 10 grand back, 5 grand back, 1 grand back. If you spend $100 and you get 0 back, you gotta eat that. Don't blame the tickets. Don't blame the machine. Don't blame the cashier. You gotta look at you. You got to look at you, because you're the one who made the decision. And a lot of people in life want to blame somebody else and hold somebody else responsible for why they're not getting ahead. And that's just not the way how life works. It's not. It is not the way how life works. And people are afraid of being average because these results are the things that happen to average, everyday people. They want to believe that they're special, that they are extraordinary, and life humbles you to let you know you're not. You're not extraordinary. But by the way, can you find something that's really more important than that? Can you find gratitude? Sometimes I'll see even some myself. There are plenty of things that I'm grateful for, but I'm also at a point in my life right now where the things that I should really be grateful for, the things that I should be having, the things that I do qualify for, are making me very, very bitter. I'm not gonna lie. The things that I qualify for, that I have people tell me I'm qualified for, people who reach out to me, people who I talk to, and they say, "Yo, you do this. We can use it for this. We can use it for that. We can do this. Is something that you can really be good at." It's like, and then the opportunity doesn't come. Not that I get mad at the fact that opportunity doesn't come, by the way, but I qualify for things. But to realize that the opportunities are not real opportunities. They're not real opportunities. They're for show. They're to let you know that this is what you could aspire to, but we're really not looking for someone to be there. I'm like, well, but I qualify for these things. They're like, we can see that you qualify for it. We absolutely do. But we're not looking for someone right now, even though we have it here. That's the thing that pisses me off. Do not, and I say this even with you guys who are here, do not make promises to people that you can't keep. Do not say that there are things that are available for people and you know that they're really not. Do not put people in that position. Do not lie to people to, let me say this, it's very important. Do not lie to people to get the best out of them. Tell them that this is what's available, but honestly, we don't know if it's really going to be a thing. I do that. So therefore, when shit goes bad, I'm not being held as a liar. Not for nothing. You said, do you ever get do you ever get your? I'm guessing we say, do you ever get what you're overqualified for? In my experience, no. There are many people who I've seen gotten opportunities who that they are absolutely overqualified for. And these people have become not my boss, but they have become bosses in their department that are technically over me. Over me in status, not over me in position. And I've called them out on it. Don't talk to me like by the way, I've done this to people who were directly over me, by the way. I've had operations managers and market managers who have tried to tell me what to do, and I say, I'm not doing that. I'm not only doing that, but my team, I will not tell them to do that because that does not fit within our parameters. And they said, well, you do what I tell you to do. I said, no. Do yourself a favor. Learn your job first before you tell us about ours. You've been on your job for about less than a month. Do not tell us where our role and responsibilities are, because what you will roll over early on will become the thing that you will do hence going forth. If you know your job, if you know what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do, stick to that. This is why you were trained. This is why you have policies. This is why you have guidelines. This is why you have guidebooks. Stick to that thing. Unless your job title says task as assigned, do not do those things. Let me say it again. Unless your job says task as assigned, do not do those things. Because it's the same way how the rest of the world. You will continue to do how you allow people to treat you. Where you are with people is how you allow them to treat you. I tell people this as well. I train people on this. There's a difference between taking advantage of someone and taking them for granted. I have no problems, zero problems with a person taking advantage of another individual. Let me be very specific. If you happen to work with somebody, if you build rapport with them, if you build trust with them, if they are skilled at something that you don't understand at the moment, or you're in a bind and you could really use their expertise, there's nothing wrong with you taking advantage of their knowledge and their skills. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with asking for help, because you don't ask for help because you're weak. You ask for help to remain strong. Now, with that being said, if you are continually asking for somebody to do something because they are great at it, and you are refusing to learn how to do the job yourself, you are now taking that person for granted. And at some point, that person will realize what's going on and will tell you no at a critical point where you really need that work to be done. And because you lollygagged, you wasted time, whatever, you're going to be SOL. And it's no one's fault but yours. Oh, no, there is more to it. There's more to it. But I only got so much time. I'm not going to explain life, because life is only on my side. Not everybody will agree regardless. So I got to sum it down, Con. I got to sum it down. Baby bites. Because not everybody's situation is going to be the same way. But they can understand the gist of it. But the first and foremost part is that you need to understand who you are. Because if you don't know who you are, you will follow everybody else, because other people will tell you who you are. You need to know yourself first. Know yourself first. Know yourself, and once you know yourself, you can know your enemy. That's when you can once you know yourself, you can begin to work on knowing your enemy. But you must first know yourself. Do you agree on the part 2E? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. So I'm like a lot of people just need to figure out what works best for them. And the only way to know what's works, a lot of ways that people need to really figure out what works best for them is, first, you need to figure out not who you are. Not who you are, folks. Start with the inverse. Who you are not. Can we start there? Don't worry about telling and explaining people who you are. Start by telling people who you are not. Start by telling yourself everyday affirmations in the mirror, when you get up, when you get to work, understanding what you're doing, and explain to yourself who you are not. The moment you have a greater understanding of who you are, what you will and what you will not tolerate, is a great way for you to now start explaining to other people what you will not tolerate. But it starts with you first. Responsibility, new opportunities, accountability, ambition. These are all things that don't start with external factors. They start with you. You have to be the one ambitious enough. You have to be the one who holds yourself accountable. You have to be the one to take responsibility, not just for your own work and your own pride, but also take responsibility for other people's pride, for other people's work, for your own team if you happen to be in leadership, or if you just have other coworkers who you feel are doing their thing, but they're not getting the recognition that they need to get. You need to be the person to step up. Hey, I understand that you gave me recognition, or you gave so recognition, but this person really worked hard on it as well. I really think that they should deserve recognition as well. Especially if, when I tell you it does so well to not just their psyche, but also to your rapport in the future, if you can do it in front of them. When you sit there and go, hey, I got this done, but I'll be honest with you, there were aspects of it I didn't have in time. I couldn't have got it done without he or she. And you do that in front of them? When I tell you, it means so much. You have no clue. It means so much. And guess what? By you doing that, a little cheat right there. Because you do that, you build loyalty. Because you build loyalty, guess what you just did right there? They want you around, not because of anything that you could do for them, but because they feel like you owe them in the future. I did something for him. He did this for me. It's a tit for tat thing. Now, I'm going to do this, and now I feel like he's going to owe me. I've done this with people for so long. For so long. I said, I have so many things I could do on my job. So many things that I can easily, no problem. But there are people I'm just like, damn, I haven't talked to him or I haven't talked to her in a while. And I asked them for simple shit that I could do. Simple shit that I know they can do. And I just go, hey, I don't really have enough time to really get this one thing done. Could you get that for me? And they're just like, that? I'm like, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I can get that done. Because it's so small. That's not the point that matters. Is that once they get it done, you could have done it all the time. But sometimes it means that you send other people to do the very small shit for you. Again, taking advantage of, not taking for granted. You ask them for something very small that they know they can do. They can do in their sleep. They can do whatever. But it also saves you time from having to go do that small thing. I don't know. You go to the fucking vending machine. You write the part of the report that you didn't do or whatever. Go take a shit. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that when that thing is done and they come to you and they like, hey, I did that thing for you. You know what? You know what you say? Thank you. I owe you one. You could have done it. You could have taken extra time. It might have taken you a few minutes or half an hour or whatever the case may be. But those words, I owe you. Forgot to get the battle pass. Appreciate you, Resto. I owe you means more than you think it does. I said it earlier. People will keep you around because you owe them, not the other way around. If people feel like they owe you, they will run. They will hide from you because they will be worried about the fact that you're going to call in for something. You don't really want a position where, personal experience, I don't want a position where people or everybody owes me. I want a position where I owe people. Because people will keep me around, especially because I'm capable. Capable people, strong at their job people. Those are the people that you want in debt to you, right? So why not set yourself up for people who are probably not as strong as you are, who are going ahead of you? So that when they get there, you know what they realize? I'm not really that good at this, but him, he's good. I need to keep him around. I need to keep her around. This is a strategy. And that, by the way, for people that already know me, this is what I do. I'm a strategist. This is what I do by watching and moving around people. I am a strategist. I see the people who are moving places. I see the people who are doing their thing, and I see the people who have potential. And I put myself in position not to be cozy, not to be their best friend, but in a position where they understand that it's a great idea to have someone like me around. The same way how I just said, I may not always agree with somebody, even if they happen to be a very terrible person. But there's nothing wrong with having that person on your roster. Because sometimes you need bad guys. There's nothing. Some of you guys just want Superman, the Green Lantern, and the Green Lantern Corps, and the Justice League, or whatever. Sometimes you need a Lex Luthor. You need him. You need him on your team. Go with the X-Men. You got Xavier. You got the whole X-Men family in the school, whatever. Sometimes you need a Mr. Sinister. You need those people. I tell people, it doesn't matter whether you like me or whether you're not. Am I effective? If you really don't like me, but you understand that there is a cost to not having me around, then I say every time I walk in this room, play my music. I walk in. Smells like productivity. And sometimes you need that. Because here's the truth of the matter. To someone, whether you try or not, to someone, you're going to be the enemy of their story. Whether you like it or not. Doesn't mean sometimes the only reason why you're the enemy of their story is simply because you exist. You said, oh, what's good, Blind? You said, salute rest in the chat. I see you taking notes. Actually, I'm not. I'm actually not talking about 48 Laws of Power at all. I got the book. Don't get me wrong. It's right up this last one in that orange one in the corner right there. There's 48 Laws of Power. But that's not what I'm talking. I'm just talking about experience. Who knows? Maybe I borrowed some things from it over time, but I'm not even talking about that. My newest book is the Behavioral Operations Manual. But this is just a matter of the things that you will see. Most people want to be like Usher. They want it their way. They can't satisfy their needs. They keep running back to see them do it their way. Because what they say goes, and you have no control. That's the way it happens. You want things to be good for you, but it is not, because you have not learned the laws, the silent handshakes. Because you want to believe that if you just work hard enough, if you pray hard enough, if you do enough overtime, you will be rewarded. This is not the case. I know. I probably just shitted on a lot of you guys. And by the way, some of you guys, you need to work harder because you need the money. You need the money. That I'm not, if you're doing the overtime and everything because you need the money, I have no problem with that. But if you think that I'll take on the extra shift, so and so called that, I'll do their shift. I just need to come off and looking like I'm reliable, and because I'm looking like I'm reliable, I've been the workhorse. You will be ridden until you're exhausted. When I stepped into leadership, one thing I did not do was try to ride other people to exhaustion. I didn't do that. The same way how you don't try to, I've said this before, now I'm hitting all my notes in this stream. You don't try to lead a horse to water and force it to drink. You do not do that. How many times have I said this, folks? When the horse is exhausted, you don't try to lead it to water to force it to drink. What you do is you leave the horse standing there and you show it the value of water. It will become thirsty on its own and appreciate the water because you have showed the value of water. It will become thirsty on its own. It will seek it out because it has been shown the value of it. And by the way, you showing the value is also how your leaders and managers should be showing you the value of why you should be doing what you're doing and how you should be doing it. Some of you guys think that if I just keep beating my fist upside the pavement, it will eventually crack. It will not. What you need to figure out is, how did other people acquire the jackknife so they can easily break the concrete? Well, I'm just going to do it all myself. Cool. If you're wondering why 8 years, 10 years came by and you're still stuck where you are, it's no one else. Well, it's because of the job. It's because of turnover. It's because of the economy. No, it's because you were literally following the definition of insanity. It's all you. It's always been on you. I'm telling you as someone who's been through it myself. I feel like I'm Vegeta. The moment I slammed my fist down and said, I don't care anymore, I started seeing opportunities all over. All of a sudden, people were afraid to lose me. When people started saying, hey, Resla, can you do it? And I'm like, I would help you, but I don't feel like it. When I started taking my time back, people were like, yo, why are you being an asshole? I was like, because I want to leave on time. You really not going to help me? I'm really not. I had my managers come to me. Oh, by the way, occupational hazard safety and therapy is also something that I do. Come to me about all this other shit, and I'm just like, what you want from me? Well, we used to rely on you, this and that. This is the thing that made me leave Con, which is why I started going more live online when I left my last major big employer. When they came to me and they said, we noticed that we looked at your charts for your evaluation. Keep in mind, for years, I had above expectations. Above. And that year, it had dropped, diminished. And they said, well, we expect people to go like above and beyond. I said, above what? Oh, people have to be at the best at 100. And I said, name me one thing that stays 100% all the time, every time in nature. Give me that. And they were like, I don't understand the question. I said, exactly. Since you don't, I don't understand the reason to give you the answer to it, because quite frankly, nothing does. Why would I give you everything and I'm not getting anything? Here's the thing about that, Con. They have to be able to prove gravity. These are people who couldn't even understand these are people who understood that I did my job extremely well. But if you asked them, they could not tell you what I actually did for them. Keep in mind, paperwork, signatures, OSHA, compliance, trainings, everything. They see everything on their docket. Done, 100%, 90%, done, completed. The ass sit there in front of me, and I'm just like, so what you want to talk to me about? They're like, honestly, Resla, we feel like you should be doing something a little bit more towards our side of the business. I'm like, oh, the side that, only sells shit, because I'm not a salesperson. I said, well, before you convince me on what you think I should be doing on the sales side, could you tell me what is it I do on my side that makes you guys look good? And they're like, give me a moment. And they left. And they came back with the market manager, and they came back with HR. And all three of them, after getting questioned by yours truly, because I'm no slouch, because I study human behavior, all three of them had to admit, I do my job well, I keep all my books in order, but they don't know what I do. When they said that, I was like, I'm gone. I'm gone. Is that so? Is that what they did? Oops. Who is that? Who's Robbie whatever? Goodbye. I don't know who Robbie whatever is. That was no need for that. You can take that shit and go kick rocks. The fuck? What's the Nah, I'm not. I'm never telling people I never tell people what my current job is, Con. Because people are sycophants and crazy people. I never do that. I never do that. I never tell people what I currently do. I never do that. Why would I ever do that? I live in a world of confidentiality. Why would I ever tell people what I do for a living? I can tell you where I've worked, but I will never tell you who I'm working for. Uh, Not true. What's that? How you say that? Sephir? But Jesus Christ, I don't know. That's not true. Books will change. Books can change your life. The most important part about books is this: whatever you read, you must implement. Too many people read books and want to sound so fucking deep. They read, for those who like to listen to books, they hear or they read what's in the books, but they do not provide application. They don't try it. If you do not try, you have not learned. If you do not try, you do not get it to you do not get to understand whether it works or not. The same way for values, right? People look at other people, whether it's online or whatever, and they say like, oh, like they say things like, oh, that's me, that's my values. I like him, I like her. These are my values. No, they're not. They're not your values. Let me tell you why they're not your values. You have not actually tested them. You have not been willing to stand up and go do whatever you got to do and be willing to get punched in the mouth for your values. My bad, no chaser. I got you. If you're not willing to get punched in the mouth for the things that you actually believe, they're not your values. If you're not willing to have fierce fucking debates and arguments over things that you truly believe, they are not your values. My bad, no chaser. Got the wrong person. They're not your values. So you can learn things from books. You absolutely can. But if you do not implement what you have read, if you do not even understand what you have read, it goes to waste. In fact, I think you learn more from reading than you do listening to people. Because every time I listen to an audiobook and I go back and I read the actual book, I always get way more value way more pages, way more information from an actual physical book than I do from an audiobook. The audio, every audiobook I've ever listened to has always skipped key things, or they can't give you the instructions or the art, the work that's in the book, the actual the charts and the diagrams or whatever, and they can't give it to you. So what good is that? My bad, Con. I got you too. That was my bad. So what good is all that stuff? You turn around, you read it, and then you don't implement, and then you sitting there looking at other people. Like, I'm real deep. No, no, you're not. Yeah, you're back. You're back. That was my fault. Just when I was doing it, you clicked up, and I ended up getting the wrong person. You're back. That's because it's in your voice. No, no. For instance, there are people who like to speed read through books, right? You said I wasn't talking about employer or location. What do you mean? I was talking field. My field has roughly been the same. It has changed in different ways, but my field has always been centered around compliance. You changed, and I didn't change my field. I didn't change my field, although I'm I may be changing my field. I may be changing my field, but my field has mainly been the same. I am in the midst. I'm in negotiations for changing my field for the first time in many years. I'm in negotiations for it. It's interesting. But either way, even when I change the field, technically, if I change the field, it will still be really everything is about compliance. Even when you talk to people, when you're having conversations, everything is about compliance. If you really think about it, if yeah, if you're really thinking about it, if you're really conceptualizing it, if you're really thinking about, like I said, the invisible handshakes, everything is about compliance. It's not just a checklist, it's about the things that you don't see, the things that are not said. For instance, like blind, do you remember when I said, so this is also important. Do you remember when I said when you are with a friend and you're walking, because I think it was you that responded to it, when you're walking with a friend and you're walking side by side, something unconsciously happens. Either you're walking to their pace or they're walking with your pace, even if you're going to the same the destination. Whoever is walking in that pace to adjusting to the other person's pace is the person who's leading in that moment. This is a matter of compliance. This is a matter of compliance. Sometimes it's instinctual, sometimes it's not really noticed. It's a matter of, and it doesn't always stay one way because of that. Let's just say the person who's leading, even though you're going to the same direction, the other person stops and says, "Hey, do you mind if we go over there?" And the other person stops and says, "Oh shit, yeah, we can go there first." Now that person leads. Compliance. It's not just a one-way thing. It shifts, it alternates, given the situational balance. Because that person, like, we can go over there. Oh yeah, no, well, we can go over there later. Right now, we just really got to get over here. Now that person reasserts its compliance. And there are lots of little intricacies within conversation, within navigation, within communication that goes into compliance. Within work, within relationships, within the dynamics between children and parents. There's a lot of areas of compliance. There are parents who say, do what I say because I know better and I'm your parent. And there are other times where you find parents that capitulate to the kids because of a given situation. Everything is about compliance if you really understand the intricacies of it. Now, most people do this not thinking about it. But if you dive into enough human behavior and you start paying attention to things around you and why things are happening the way they're happening and what's being asked for and why is it being asked for the way that it's being asked for, you'll be surprised what you pick up. Not that you will always understand on the spot when it's happening, but in reflection afterwards, you'll make adjustments to whether that will reoccur in the future. Rather, there's some people that they never learn and it's just a pattern that keeps reoccurring. This happens in relationships. This happens between pair bonding, between parent and child. This happens between boss and coworker. This happens between colleagues. You'd be surprised because you're unaware that it's taking place. That's just really what it is. I'm not doing this with you today, Gatsby. Blind has not been doing anything. I don't know why you want to pick on Blind. I'm not making Blind a part of my thing. Figure that part out for yourself. You and Blind are both people that like to harp what you think you know about human behavior, and I don't even care. You figure that between each other, because you both can be right and you both can be wrong. Because even if I gave my assessment of Blind will likely disagree, which is his prerogative, because how I see him is different than how he sees himself. And even what I do see in him now doesn't mean it was before or that it won't change in the future. That's just the way how human beings are. No one is stuck. Everybody changes over time. Everyone changes. No one stays the same. I am not the same person that I was a year ago. Fuck, you can see that throughout my content. I've never been the same throughout my entire life. Anyone that believes that they are still the same in any long span of time is fooled to themselves. That is something I can talk about when it comes to Blind. That's nothing I need to air out publicly. See, me having an assessment or a prerogative about a particular person doesn't mean I need to be a person who needs to air out other people's grievances for controversy or disagreement. But I gotta say, if I already know that it's something that he probably won't even agree with, then what's the point of me saying it out loud? To benefit who? To benefit who? Like, to benefit exactly who? He's not going to gain anything from it, I would think, the same way how me saying it, and let's just say he and I go in a back and forth about it, and he's able to sway my opinion. Well, now does it stay the same? Now, would I be called a hypocrite for changing my mind when I say that people change their mind all the time? In a space where people have a problem just admitting that they have a difference of opinion or that they can change their mind because too many people are in debate bro mentalities, which means that they lock themselves into lock themselves into areas where they're not able to grow, which means that they're also fucked in the head because they need to lockstep themselves into a position to appease other men. Not saying that you're doing this, Gatsby. I'm saying this is the habitual habits that I see across particular spaces, especially for those who join panels. Mainly that of men. I don't really see this habit really take place when it comes to women. But I also give people the things that I say all the time: care, mercy, and grace. Have I seen many facets of Blind? Absolutely. But not for nothing, Gatsby. I've seen many facets of you as well. I've seen many facets of Conshonery. I've seen many facets of No Chaser. I've seen many facets of many people. As I say, who you are to be, you are now becoming. Doesn't mean that you're stuck who you already are. The question is, who do you want to be? And sometimes you're gonna have to trip over your dick a few times before you actually get there. That it is what it is. But I don't really concern my, not even really. I don't concern myself with people who have really nothing to contribute to life. I just kind of do my own thing. Now, there are people who are not gonna like that, but that's also not my care, my worry, or nor my responsibility. So, yeah. Some people just don't like the fact that I have a firm hand. And there are other people that think that I'm too lenient. Either way, it's my decision. It's the way how I look at it. And I'll say it again. Oh shit. I didn't even know you got hit. My bad, Gatsby. Look. My bad. Sure you did, Mama. Sure you did. That's all right. You probably went to go see one of your other sons. Just tell the truth. Tell the truth, shame the devil. Just tell the truth and shame the devil. It's all right. My bad, Gatsby. I see it now. I'm gonna have to figure this part out because it's not. Actually, let me do this. There we go. That's better. See, I knew I made something. I just didn't test it out yet. My bad, Gatsby. So he says, got called away. Nope. Oh, okay. All right. So you said, yeah, but yes, my content tends to be about human, not even tends to be, my content is really all about human behavior. It's just, it is what it is. Human behavior changes all the time, but also the most important part about human behavior is not strictly just calling out all the shit, whatever, but sometimes about how we also see ourselves. How we see ourselves. This is something that a lot of people don't want to jump into because it's very important. Why is it's okay for you to call out when other people are doing shit wrong, but you can't look at yourself? I look at myself all the time. And sometimes I need other people to level set me. I just don't tend to have it be people on the internet because I realize that by speaking to a lot of people, they tend to be very fake. I'm at a point right now, as sad as it sounds, I'm at a point right now where I would rather, would rather talk to an AI to get a real honest understanding of what the hell I might have said that might have been wrong than speaking to people online. Because quite frankly, too many of y'all are too busy interested in being superior than being effective. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Thank goodness I don't really go to AI, but like that's the way how I look at it now because you guys are lockstep in following through someone else's tracks in the snow, following through someone else's tracks in the field, following through someone else's tracks through the forest. You're not interested in making your own tracks. This is what I see of a lot of people, and it's a shame. It is in fact a shame because people who claim to be very articulate, who claim to be very smart people, don't give themselves the very thing that a lot of people should be giving to themselves. And that's care, mercy, and grace. They're not doing it. And that is indeed a huge shame. Honestly, I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it, Gatsby. You added me in a video. I saw it. I didn't understand it. I really didn't understand it at all. And then it went away, like you deleted it or something. But I didn't understand it. I was just like, I have no idea what this is about. I'm just gonna keep it a bug. I saw it and I was just like, I don't. Okay, I don't even know why I was added in this. I don't get it. That's precisely the point. It was random vid. I don't know how you was trolling then. Because I didn't understand the videos. I was like, I have no idea what this is about. And I was trying to listen, and then next thing I know, the video was gone. I was like, okay, sure, sure. I don't know what that was about. I agree with the sentiment, Mama. Like, but I will also say that I am not a loving and caring person, I would say. Honestly, life has just really shitted on me way too much. For me to honestly say that I am these things. To me, and I've said this before and I've said this for years, I'm just trying. It's very difficult for me just to be decent because there's so much things, there's so many lives that are doing way better than me, that are doing really well. And honestly, I'm just like, let them do what they got to do. Just don't do anything to disrupt what I've got going on. Because here's the thing, I have so very little as is. What's good, Stackbot? I have so very little as is. Don't do anything to take that away. Don't do anything to fuck up my very fragile foundation. And that's what I've run into so many people that just make everything about them. And I'm just like, do you not understand that the world is not around you? That every other person is not put on this earth for you? That everybody's got it. And you think that everybody should just take a time out for you. Like, I say this to so many different people. Like, can you do me a favor? Just leave me fucking be. That's all. Leave me alone. Because my thing is that, and now we know this, I cannot help anyone else until I am able to help myself. Cannot help anyone else until I'm able to help myself. And when other people are basically demanding that I take out time from them, I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. Because you really don't know how close to the edge I am. I might be sitting here and just looking real calm and just talking in this camera or whatever. But here's the truth of the matter. You don't know if I am a day away from having the worst day of my life. You have no idea if I am one day away from either going postal or jumping off a bridge. Like you really don't know. So when I'm like, just leave me alone. It's it's a really humble request. Leave me alone. Because sometimes the only thing that's keeping me together is just me being by myself. I cannot handle someone else's stuff. And sometimes like it gets that way. Sometimes I'm just like, my my cup is not running over. It's not even a half. It's like so close to being empty. And you want me to add no 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 no. I can't. Because when I feel cornered, I show fangs. When I am at my lowest, everything is in defense. I show fangs. Leave me be. What did I say? I'm a good friend? I'm not a good friend. I'm not a good friend. And by the way, what you're saying is good. You know what? Actually, what does it mean to be a good friend? What does it mean to be a good Gatsby? What does it mean to be a good person? I'm not a good friend. I'm not. I don't think I'm good at anything. I think I'm just trying hard to be decent. I think a lot of people have, again, life is different for so many people. So many people. And because I'm just so in my life trying to catch up to what I think is normal, I'm always on the back foot. I always feel like there's something I don't have. Not that I'm being jealous of what people do have, but I'm like, everyone I talk to has this and this and this and that and that. Why is it I don't have that? So here's what I do. I'm trying to create this because it's not there naturally. So I'm trying to find ways to create it. And creating things that you don't really even know what the materials, what the foundation, what the building blocks are to create that thing is difficult. So when you ask me, like, do you think I'm a good friend? I have people who are considered to be friends or people who I'm close to. I don't know if friends is really right. I have people who I associate with. I have people who I am friendly with. I have a person that I would say that I am actually a friend with, but then the word good is in front of that. A good friend. What does it mean to be a good friend? Is a good friend a best friend? Is a good friend someone that you talk to all the time? Is a good friend just someone you share memes with? Is a good friend someone that you see on a regular basis? What exactly is a good friend? Because I think that matters. So when you say good friend, and I'm like, I'm already spanning in that short of time, like, well, no, that I'm not a good friend. Because I'm thinking a good friend is someone that you see, you interact with, that you are friendly with, that you have shared experience with. And I just don't have a lot of people like that. A good friend equals sincerity. I can be I can be sincere with strangers. Are they my friends? The answer would be no. I've been good at wearing a mask, especially professionally. I'm good at wearing a mask. And that my biggest worry about being professional is when my mask slips. Because those are the days where I really want to call out, when I'm at my low. And I'm just like, no, just go to work because you're going to need this sick there. You're going to need whatever. Go to work. And those are the days when my mask are slipping. And then people start really seeing the demon behind me. And I'm just like, I need some time. And I go outside, whether it's in the parking lot or I need extra breaks, whatever, because I'm trying to keep my mask up and it keeps slipping. I keep trying to tie it, but it keeps slipping. These are not my good days. And I'm just like, I really should have called out because it's not my day. And I like, and sometimes, like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't do it, but sometimes I'm like, yo, I should have really drank before coming to work, or maybe on lunch break I should go get a drink because I am just like, if I don't keep it together, I'm going to go off on someone because it's not their fault, but because my my problems are on the edge, and I do pretty good to keep them at bay, but they're not being well taken care of, and most people don't know that because we all got something going on. We all have something going on, and we have other extenuating circumstances that we're trying to figure out, but we don't really get them all measured or sorted out properly. Sometimes we even get things that just got settled, but they just got settled, but we haven't adapted to it yet. Sometimes it happens. And you're just waiting when that puzzle piece is gonna fit in. When you fully realize sometimes the wounds that you have are still fresh, even if the wounds happened months ago. You still feel it. And because you still feel it, it triggers something. And I'm just saying that in general. I'm not saying me, but I'm saying, like, this happens with people. So there are, and this thing, you don't know you. Another thing I say, you don't know what you don't know, and I'm not expecting other people to understand the things that are bothering me, because it's not their problem. It's not their problem. It's my problem. So when I'm having my really bad days, and I feel like I need a mental health day, sometimes I'm caught between being professional and caught between needing my own space. And Unfortunately, this is something I haven't always learned about myself. Sometimes I haven't learned to put my needs over the job. I'm just going to be honest with you. There are plenty of times where I have pushed myself to the boundary because I have not put my needs over the needs of the job. And sometimes I just barely make it. And I clock out, say was walking out 8, and I get out, and sometimes I don't even make it to the train or the bus or whatever. Sometimes I just have to go blocks away from there just because I have my see other people that might be walking there they're gonna go see the train or the bus. I just gotta go out my way, outside the direction, get somewhere where nobody, and I just scream. One big fucking scream. People looking out their window, looking at me, kids down the block playing hopscotch or whatever. They look at me like, and I'm just like, I go to the store, maybe get myself an iced tea, and then I head to that bus or the train and I just go, and then I come inside because I don't really get a lot of personal time. In my job, everybody's at me. Everybody's coming to me. Everybody's asking me for something. So I don't really have time to myself. And I'm being honest with you. Like, so when I get home, I come in, I sit there, boom. And there are plenty of days where I'm just like, the thing that would make me feel good is what? You know what? I don't know. And I start typing up shit, and maybe it turns out to be an episode that I really want to talk to you guys about. And then I realize just how personal, how specific it is. And I go, delete. Sometimes I just need to write shit out to see it and go, there's no way in this green bottle of Heineken that I will fucking talk about it. And I delete that shit. And then sometimes when I'm like, this shit I want to talk about because it's so fresh, but it's so important. And I go, I don't feel like going live. I don't have the energy. I'm so drained. I don't have the energy. And sometimes, like, if I'm really pissed from the day and I just really just want to escape from the day, I don't even go to my room. I don't even go to my room and go curl up and sleep and then whatever. You know what I do? I go right on this couch and I'll fucking just sleep on this couch. And it'd be like 6 o'clock or whatever. You know, when I wake up it's like 11 midnight. If I got other shit going on or things I gotta do, if I gotta throw out the trash or I gotta sort shit out, or I'm just like, fuck, I slept my day. I could have been doing a fucking stream. I could have been writing up some other shit. I could have been preparing for the next day. And now I'm up and I got energy and I and now I gotta go back to sleep because I gotta go back to work in the morning. So I'm like, what do I do? You know? But sometimes I just need to escape the day. And by the way I feel, I know other people also feel this way. I know I'm not alone. I know that there are people, it may not be every day because I don't have this feeling every day, but I know there are people who feel this way. Which also calls me to have conversations when some people do start losing their shit and I happen to be in a better position. And I just go, hey, call me. Let's go for a walk. No, I'm fine. No, stop. Just, I'm sure that you are fine. Come with me. And we go for a walk. In fact, let's walk outside the building. Let's get some air. And the shit that they unburden, that they unload on me. And I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not what, but they tell me this shit because, and I'm just like, because they don't want to tell HR. Even though some people kind of like liken me to HR, but I'm not. Like, tell me all this, and I'm just going, and I gotta take it all in, and I have to hold composure for their sake. So I have to be ready when I get to work because I don't know if this is the day that I will be burdened with someone else's stuff. And there are days where I don't do that and say if I get burdened with somebody else's stuff and I just want to scream at them and say, you think you're the only fucking you don't like, but that's not the way how I handle stuff. So I gotta Well, what do you think about? Most times I handle it pretty well. It's like, hey, yeah, no, I understand that. I get that. I get that. I understand. I go, I give them the little, but like the same way how like the in my mind, it's the same way how we look at the psychiatrist. A psychiatrist needs to see a psychiatrist. It's the opposite for me. When I leave, I don't have anyone else. I don't have anyone else. So either I come home and I do drinking and I go to sleep and try to wash it all away because I'm not going to go here online and spill out professional shit or people or whatever. Like, I wouldn't do that. That's not what I do. I have no problem talking about the past, but I would never talk about the present. I would never bring up people. Even when shit that I've done and I've talked about, I've never given you actual names to people. It's just, it's not what I do. I am a secret keeper. So I have literally people who I do not talk to anymore, people who I'm no longer friends with anymore, I'm still holding on to their secrets. I have never told anybody, whether it's my close friends, whether it's been online. And I'm sitting there like, I don't need to keep their secret. I haven't been friends with them for like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Why am I still holding on to the secret? Because that's what I do. Because when they told me in confidence. It just doesn't feel like something I should talk about. Maybe there's a part of my job that's in it because I keep so much shit confidential. Maybe. But that's just the way I am. Now, some people will be like, damn, this motherfucker being too real. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I tend to be an honest person. Could I lie? Absolutely. Do I tend to lie? Not really. Not because I'm perfect, not because I am a honest, good looking, by the way, but honest guy who just always. No, it's just I would rather be upfront. Yeah, it's effort. I would rather be upfront than sit here and have to remember what I lied about and then make up a lie in case I get caught up on that lie. But no. Here's what I said. But what you said was, this is what I knew. I know more now. This is what I knew. This is what I knew at the time. This is what I know now. Why didn't you tell me about? You didn't ask me. It's because I learned something new doesn't mean I need to come to you. You came to me now, so I'm telling you I got more information. But I'd rather not. But people will say, well, you're a liar. Well, if you say lying by omission because you didn't need to know what I heard because it wasn't meant for you, it wasn't even meant for me. I just overheard it. There's a reason for me to tell you. Well, you knew it and you didn't tell me. So if that makes me a liar, then I'm a liar. I don't need to tell you about things that wasn't meant for you to hear. And you don't need to hear from my mouth. Well, I heard that you was around when it was being said. Maybe. Maybe not. Were you around when they were saying they were saying some shit for sure. Well, can you tell me about? I will not. I will say this, since you know that I was around when they said, and you overheard from somebody else, what you need to do is you need to confront that person. Don't come to me for side information. That I'm not one to gossip. Go talk to them. Or you can go to HR. Either way, you're not going to use me to corroborate your story. That's it. Because when I hear shit that I don't like that has to do with me, I confront a motherfucker. I run up on them. Hey, whoa. This is what I heard. I need clarity. Was this said? Was that said? What was their point of view? Like, I'm asking now. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to catch you. I'm trying to catch you whether you lied or whether they lied or what was the whole story. What's your story versus their story? I'm doing all that. I'm gonna do my part. I might not even get all the information because maybe both of them are colluding together to make sure that the stories are straight. But it's the only information I have. So I have to take what I can. And if it doesn't match to something huge and circumstantial, I gotta let it go. I'm not gonna hold on to it. I let it go. Think, all right, there may be something there, but I don't have enough proof. I'm letting it go. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna remember it. You're not being forgiven, but I'm gonna let it go because I don't have enough to actually do anything. And that's it. Is that wrong of me? I don't think so. Doing your due diligence is better than hearing people do a whole bunch of stuff behind your back and then you know about it and then you do nothing. I think that's coward. That is cowardice right there. That is bad. I would rather people dislike me than understand that there's opposition against me and not confront it. I would rather be disliked. Have people not like me. I would rather people dislike me than understand that people are conspiring against me and not do anything about it. Like I'm just not I'm not with that at all. I just think that everybody, at least for the sake of clarity, for the sake of understanding that you have a boundary, I think it's very important. I just think it's really important, and a lot of people don't want to look at it that way. I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna move around being in fear of another human being. I'm not gonna risk my own personal mind or my own personal safety to appease someone else who more than likely is just being petty. When the first thing that we should all look at ourselves for human beings, unless it's our kids or our spouse, is self-preservation. Well, here's the thing. My circle is smaller. My circle is way smaller. And I don't even know where the loyalty really is. When I say I've had a lot of bridges burnt, my loyalty is not really there. My loyalty is at arm's length. When I tell you I've got burnt enough times, and I've seen enough people get burnt enough times, there's no fault for me. I am apprehensive to a fault. I am apprehensive to a fault. I'm not loyal to a fault. I have a hard time trusting people. I listen, today's friends can absolutely be tomorrow's enemies. And the only difference is that they know more about you than your actual enemies do. And the sad part about it is that you don't know who's actually your enemy. That there are people who will dislike you that you never did a goddamn thing to. This is just keep it a buck. I have more people that turn around and tell me that they dislike me, and I'm just like, for what? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, you did. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. When did that happen? Are you sure it was me? I've had people hate me for things that other people did that I didn't even know anything about. I'm like, so you would build up all this animosity over something that I don't even know about? I can't trust people. You're upset with me. You're conspiring against me for something that I don't even know about. This has happened on more than one occasion, folks. More than once. So how should I take that? It is what it is. This is just the nature of human beings. I'm not mad at it. It just kind of is what it is. Yeah, that it is what it is. We gonna have to just leave it as that. Is there anything that you guys are thinking about? Because I've been at it for a while. Have you got anything you guys are thinking about, or anything that it's been on your mind for the week? I've been gone for about a week because I had to take care of a lot of stuff. Is there anything that's been on your mind? I swear, I don't want nobody talking about politics or fucking religion. Anything that's been on your mind that's been really something that you've been trying to tackle? I don't want conspiracies either. I don't do conspiracies. I don't want to hear nobody talk about Epstein. I don't want to hear nobody talk about no fucking JFK. I don't want to hear nobody talk about no fucking Pope. I don't give a shit. It will immediately leave my mind. I don't even understand why people are on it. Ooh, you know what? Actually, I might need to talk about that. I might need to talk about something along that lines. I heard of it. It's all over the internet. It's all over Red Pill, Star, Pocket Spaces, all over Manosphere shit. And by the way, women's loneliness, the same way how you could talk about women's loneliness, there's a male loneliness. In fact, there's more of a male loneliness than there is women loneliness. Just keep it a buck. There are more of a male loneliness than there is a woman loneliness. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. More men are talking about women ain't shit and we can't find the right woman than there is about women talking about they can't find men. I'm gonna keep it a buck. They are. The stats are already out there. That's not even really anything to debate over. I mean, let's look at it this way. Look at it this way, Gatsby. How many women incels are there? Let's think about it that way. How many women are sitting there being incels? I'm seeing busted Brendas get their cheeks clapped. That's not working for Ugly Todd. Ugly Chuck. Ugly Brandon. That's not the same. The standards are just not the same across the board. Doesn't matter how thin they are, doesn't matter how big they are, doesn't matter how cute, doesn't matter how not cute they are. It's just so yeah, that's absolutely a huge number of men in the loneliness epidemic that they're putting in. And by the way, it's not just a US thing. You see globally. Asian countries, Asian countries got it bad because they're worse. They're going on dates and spending money and not procreating. They're going on dates. They're spending fucking money. They're spending money on bags and jewelry, and they're not even fucking. This is why it's wild to me. I'm like, they got it all messed up. So yeah, there's not much of a conversation there. It's happening. I think I even had I didn't have a full conversation about it. I brought it up in a stream a long time ago. But yeah, they're not handling their business. They screwed. Here's my thing. Here's the truth of the matter. I don't care if guys aren't approaching women anymore. I don't even give a shit. The fact that guys are not approaching women doesn't bother me, because it doesn't stop women from getting their cheeks clapped. It doesn't stop women from finding a guy that's willing to go sleep with them. It doesn't stop the fact that we even believe that now all a woman is really desiring is a relationship is proven to be false. It really says that, guys are begging for relationships, but because guys don't believe that it's even worth getting into relationships with women, and for many reasons, by the way, the distrust being the first part of them, how they're looking at how their views and how red pill and manosphere or whatever is done, whatever. Cool, whatever. The fact that men don't want to approach women I will bring it back to my point of view, has nothing to do with me. Nothing. Zip, zero, zilch, zippity doodah. It has nothing to do with me. If I need to approach a woman, I'm just gonna approach a woman. If she's saying, ew, I'm like, okay, that's 1 in trillions. I don't give a fuck. There's no woman that would be the end all be all. Next. Next. And I'll be honest, at the point where I'm at in life as well, like, honestly, what is she personally speaking? Some of y'all women are gonna take offense to this. Outside of children, what is she doing that's going to amplify my life? Because everything else she's got to do is everything I have to do. There's no guarantee. If you get a woman in your life and you're going to live longer. No guarantee. No guarantee. Here's the truth of the matter. You don't know when you're going to go. You can be in a marriage. If car accident, heart attack at work, die on the shitter, someone attacks you, someone tries to rob you, a random shootout. It can be anything. You're not. Do I need to say it again? Yes, I need to say it again. The world owes you and me no understanding. It could be a random cougar attack, random bear. There's never been bears in my area. Random bear gets you. All the mail that you've been getting, all of a sudden one day you get mail and it wasn't even meant to be for you, but it was just in your mailbox. And you opened it randomly and you got anthrax. Like, life is random. The same way how you got here is the same way you're going to be taken out. You don't know what you don't know. Would I turn around and say, well, I'm going to put it all on women. It's all women's fault. No. Because you're not guaranteed. The human species was never guaranteed to have everyone be able to find a mate. Just look at that. Because if that was the case, if that was actually true, let's just be honest. The need for dating, mating, and also marriages and arranged marriages wouldn't have been a thing. If they were guaranteed that somebody was going to take somebody and make something of it, there wouldn't be so many constraints and so many contingencies to try to make sure that people get coupled together. Nothing is guaranteed. Everything is permitted. That's like an Assassin's Creed. Nothing is nothing is absolute. Everything is permitted. It's like, that's the truth. That's what I said. Like, nobody owes you anything. Because it's the truth of the matter. You can find someone, you can get a woman or get a guy, and that doesn't mean that that's going to be the guy that's going to be for you for the rest of your life. Or you get someone who could be the best for you, but it doesn't stop you from wanting other things. We're talking about a time where people didn't have as many options versus in a time today where people have an abundance of options. And with options comes I don't want to say this. comes the burden of never having enough. The more options you have, the worse you are. Can we just keep that a buck? The more options that you have, the worser you are. The less choice you have, the better decisions that you make. The more options you have, the worse decisions you make. The more options you have, the more likely you are to choose out of desperation. Well, here's the funny part about that, Gatsby. Do you have to risk an emotional investment? A strategic, you're gonna have to risk a financial one for sure. But do you have to risk an emotional investment? Well, here's the funny part about that, mama. Because people try to say less is more, right? Is it though? I think you should just try to get the best deal that you can get. Keep in mind, I didn't say compromise. Just get the best deal that you can get. It will never be equal. It will never be even. Well, the thing about that, like, you hear about these girls doing men don't approach. You gotta approach. We don't give a fuck. No, I say no. This is why I say men, and this is why I say from the beginning, way before the whole standards of being masculine and you gotta go pick your word, you gotta walk up and you gotta choose. Here's my thing. You get what you qualify for. Ladies, if you're sitting here still in 2026 talking about men have to choose you, you get what you qualify for. I'm gonna leave it there. You get what you qualify for. Because if the man that you want, you don't want to fucking walk up to you because he can't even notice you. He doesn't know if you're interested, and you could be next door to him. You could be in his friends group, whatever, and you never let him know that you're interested. That's on you. That's on you. It don't matter what time line that you're in. Closed mouths don't get fed. Can we just be honest? It doesn't matter what time you're in. Closed mouths do not get fed. That's just the way it is. It's not a new thing. Why would you want to sit around and say, I'm just going to be lucky if somebody chooses me? Well, I'm just going to flaunt my hair and I'm going to drop a little pen and see what. Not in this day and age. Fuck around with somebody like me. I'm going to drop the pen and whatever. I'm going to be like, bitch, why you still got a pen? Don't you know everything is touch tone phone now? Why you dropping a pen? Ooh. Tablet, touch tone phone, keyboard. Like, who's writing anymore? What are you doing? The only time I write, honestly, the only time I write is when I'm writing a quick check, and that's really not often. So why are you dropping shit? If anything, you drop the handkerchief, drop my umbrella, drop the pen. I'm like, this is a clumsy bitch. She clumsy as fuck. Sorry, but the times have changed. So I'm like, if you want something, by the way, ladies, as the times change, you girls want all the stuff. You want to be in the boardrooms, you want to be up in the world, you want to make all the money. You're also gonna have to make. You have to go for what you want. You want to go after that career, right? You went after your degree, right? You're gonna have to go get that man that you want to. You're gonna have to do it. By the way, whether I was single or whether I'm in a relationship, do you know what I really appreciate? What I really like? What I always find very humbling to me is when a woman comes and asks me out. It's it's so refreshing. It's so interesting. It's so new to me. Even though it's happened a few times, it's still something I'm just like, you asking me out? Seriously? Like, you shit. Damn. I'm speechless. I can't believe it. Yeah, sure. Hey, sure. Yeah. Sometimes like sometimes you gotta remember like, damn, I would if I could, but I'm in a relationship. I'm damn, I got so caught up in the moment of you asking me. I got so fucked up in the moment. I appreciate you. Damn. I would love to go to a date with you, but I really am with somebody. You know, that's when you get the girls like, oh, you know, but can't you just have friends? You know, like the guys like, can't you just friends? You know, like we could be friends though, because she wouldn't really appreciate that. Um, the most I can say is like, you know, if anything ever happens in the future, she and I are together, uh, maybe if we're like friends of somebody, or if we ever meet each other way in the future, if you're ever still here in New York, then we can touch base afterwards. Until then, it's like, I'm sorry, you know, like, especially if we're working in the same place. If you and I are still working in the same place, and my relationship doesn't work out, then you know I can touch base with you, you know, like, and then like, hey, you know what, hey, what's going on? You're like, hey, what's going on? So it's like, hey, so walk me real quick. Hey, you remember when we was talked about some time ago? We were talking about, are you still single? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, cool, cool. Because I find myself in the position where I am single, really. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, okay, okay. And I'm like, and then we can kick it from there. But outside of that, it is refreshing when a woman asks you out. It really is. I don't. It's like it's not. I, the problem with women in this scenario of asking men out is that they don't want to catch rejection the same way how men have for so long. And here's the funny part about it. And I think some of these men are a little, they've been raised by the wrong people. Because typically when I'm noticing men are rejecting women, we're just like, hey, we can't. Sorry. Either I'm in a relationship, I'm married, or whatever. Hey, I'm sorry, I can't. And a woman get too hard, pushing hard. You're like, hey, chill, 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 chill. Hey, that's a dead. Told you I'm in a relationship. It's already over. Like don't disrespect me now and disrespect my relationship. Just like take a back seat. It's over with. It's over with. Versus how you see a lot of ladies do it, and sometimes it's not even the ladies that you're approaching. It's the entourage that they have around them. Ew, you broke, you dusty, you ugly, and the girl be looking like damn, they going hard on him. Like, yo, can you chill? Like, no, look at him. And it's like, sometimes I just be like, I'm looking at these guys, and I just be like, I want to step in. It was one time I actually stepped in for a guy. I just came in like, this is your friend? She's like, yeah. I said, not for nothing. You need better friends. That friend's gonna keep you single. We can tell that she don't got nobody. Do you want to be like her for the rest of your life? She's like, my friend, she's cute. I said, not what I asked you. You don't need to answer me. Just keep that in your mental. You don't need to answer me. You need to disrespect her. Fuck is you? I was like, quiet child. Keep in mind what I said. Hey, my guy, it's over. If anything, get Instagram. You holler at her later or whatever. But don't try to persuade what's going on here. Just there's many others. She's not the hottest woman you ever seen. Like there are others. Like relax. You don't need to stay here and catch abuse, especially for somebody that you're not even trying to talk to. Like take a back seat. You're good. You're good. Hey, listen. From one guy to the next guy, you're a handsome gentleman. You got it all together. There are other guys. I'm sorry, my bad. My bad. There are other women out there. My bad. You're good. You're good. You can absolutely say it's insecurity, but I've also seen young men, YNs, you could say, because normally it's the YNs. It's not people who actually got their shit together. Spurg out and do all the other shit. Oh, bitch, you ugly. Da, 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 da. And then women talk about they worry about their health and their welfare altogether. I'm just like, well, that also tells me the people that or the areas that you hang out in, or the way how you look, which is why you get particular people that feel like they can. Let me say that again. Feel as though they can approach you. Because I've seen YNs even get intimidated over a woman who is clearly out of their league. I've seen it. Unless they tall, light skinned, and got blue eyes. Because they think they can get everybody. They think they can get everybody. Yes, she's a woman. Yes. I don't understand the purpose of that question, but yes, she is a woman. You'd be surprised how many women actually watch me. But yeah, I just think that in the day and age that we're in now, you have to, ladies, you have to be willing to go get what's yours. Nothing is owed to you in life. And the same still goes for guys. Nothing is owed to you in life. If you want that woman, I hate to say it, as much as you don't want to approach or whatever, you're still gonna have to approach. Because here's the truth of the matter. If you go to dating apps, keep it a buck. You're the one paying for the premium and whatever case may be to make sure you get pushed in the charts or whatever so that women get. But the women are the ones that are agreeing at the end of the day. In dating apps, women are the ones who make the choices. It's not you guys. Unless you're like I said, the Chad, Giga, whatever. Like women are the ones who are making those choices. It's not you. Which means the only place that you really do have control is in your actual touching grass life. And that's where you're going to either have to put up or shut up. Or rather, we all nowadays, nut up or shut up is what we used to say. Either you going to step forward or you're not. And I understand it's a tough, it's a competitive, it's a nasty, it's a grotesque world where people just feel like they are the prize.
Wait, what?
I is the thing that everybody's fighting over, and to me, like, no one's the prize in my mind. There's no way in hell, there's no way on this earth, because it's the only one I've been on. There's no way that I would ever say that you are more important than me. I will never put you in a position where you are better than me or you are more important than me. Because if I can't do my shit, I can't take care of you. I'm first. I'm not even saying, by the way, that you have to put me first. Because to me, in my mind, you need to look at yourself as being first. When you have enough bandwidth, you should be able to reach out to me and give that additional energy that you have. When I have enough extra bandwidth, I should be able to give out that extra additional energy to you. But if I'm struggling on bandwidth, do not ask me for shit. When you are struggling on bandwidth, I will not ask you for shit. That sounds fair to me. That sounds like an agreement. If you don't got it, I'm not going to demand it. And here's the thing, if I don't notice it, you should ask me first if I have the bandwidth. If you see me and you're like, I got something on my mind, do you have the bandwidth? And I'm like, I ain't got it. Don't get salty. Don't get in your mood. Don't whatever. Take it and go find another outlet. This ideal also, ladies, because this happened to fall on you, that you think that your man should be your best friend. No. The same way how you got a friend that you consider to be your best friend, do you think that your best friend is your best friend? How do you know that that friend doesn't have somebody else that she calls her best friend and you're just a friend? We don't all mean the same thing to each other as we want to. We don't all love each other the same way. Doesn't mean that we don't have love for each other. It does not mean that we love each other the same way. Some people will find you hilarious. Some people will find you annoying. Some people will find you outstanding and their favorite person. Some people can only take you in bites. And you need to be okay with this. You need to be okay with this. You are not everyone's peace. Sometimes you're people's burdens. You need to understand that sometimes you can be the relief, but also sometimes you can be the weight. This is the truth about people in general. You don't know what everyone's mental load is because you don't know what they're dealing with in a different day. Some days they're not thinking about things. Other days they have everything on their shoulders and you don't know what you're about to get before you decide to offload your shit on them. Especially when you are not thinking that they also have shit going on. And you decide, well, let me tell you what's going on with me. And just looking at you like, and now the walls are closing in on them. Because you weren't appreciative of them. You took their presence for granted. Not that you don't have shit going on. I get that. Everybody has something going on. But this is just me. Maybe because I do care, mercy, and grace. Not always at all at once. For sure, not always at all at once. But I tend to try to assess the situation. What's going on? Is it distraction? Is it free time? Are they in a good mood? And then I come in with something. And typically, it's not the worst thing that's going on with me. I keep a lot of the worst things that's going on with me to myself, which is not healthy, by the way. It's not. I just don't like to be a burden on other people. So if you're a person that you understand what the burdens are for another person, guys, ladies, and you decide that you want to offload your shit on them when you understand that they have other things, that trials and tribulations that they're going through, you should ask them what they have going on. Or if they have the time or the bandwidth to deal with your shit. Most guys keep this to themselves or talk to other guys because talking to women doesn't tend to be in their favor. Let's just be honest. Just gonna keep it a buck. Let's be honest. But you ladies, you have no problem offloading shit. thinking that the guy should just take it on, not understanding what the fuck is going on with him or how close he is to snapping. Because we bend a lot of shit in our lives. We bend a lot of emotions. We bend a lot of situations. We bend a lot of shit. And we bend things knowing that if we get to a point, it's not gonna snap. But sometimes we're so fucking close to it snapping, and we're just like, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sometimes we even ask for that. Give me a moment. Hey, I know you want to say a whole bunch of shit to me. I need 10 minutes. I need 10 minutes. And then sometimes we just lock ourselves in our dens or in our video games or whatever because we just need a distraction to offload the shit happening. And sometimes you ladies just don't give a shit. You just walk in, well, I'm gonna tell you what's going on here. Even to the point where some of y'all go, do you have a moment? And you're like, no. Well, I don't need you to talk. I just need you to listen. And you fuck up everything. That's one of the worst things you could do, by the way, ladies. I don't even need you to talk. I just need you to listen. Let me say something that's very important to you, ladies. And to some of you guys, too, because some of you guys are absolutely like this. People will come and go in your life. Some people are meant for the long run, for the long haul. That doesn't mean forever. That doesn't mean your entire life. But they're meant for the long haul. But do not ever put it in your mind. Because like I said, the world doesn't owe you or me understanding. Do not ever put it in your mind, in your headspace, in your mental, that the reason why this person is with you is because they were put on this earth for you. Especially for you religious folks. Don't ever believe that God put this person to deal with your shit as if they don't have things going on. No one was put on this earth to have to go through everything they go through with their parents or whatever situation they got going on in their jobs and the kids or whatever, strictly to be at your beck and call. Do not, N-O-T not, have that in your head. That they are supposed to do these things. You will be the straw that breaks that back. Just don't do it. Well, I didn't know. Well, they changed. Well, you should have said something. No, you should have been aware. Because there's two people in the dance. You should also be aware. It's not just you. It's not just them. It's the both of you. And you need to take aware of what your part is the same way how they need to take aware of what their part is. But you don't get to say, you did this and nothing's ever wrong. I never do anything wrong. That's how you find yourself single. Gatsby, to your point about the whole thing or whatever, this is where we talk about accountability. Because if you are always the hero of your story and everybody else is just either a side character or a side character, a healer, or a villain, that's really what it is. When we play Dungeons and Dragons, we understand the rogue, paladin, the healer, the wizard, you know. And sometimes we get them in different races: the orc, the trolls, the gnomes, the dwarves, the humans. Like sometimes we get them all over. But sometimes when I'm dealing with some ladies in life, they only see the villain and the healer, and they're in the middle. Your job is to heal me whenever I'm in trouble, and this person is the villain. You don't know the rules or the characters within the game. The women who get that are those who at least understand a little bit of mythical shit or D&D or like Lord of the Rings or something. Those are the ones who tend to get that. because I've given this scenario to him before, and those who like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, like they tend to get it. The other ones just they're done. They're lost. They're lost. Hey, Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, and they go Harry Potter, fuck J.K. Rowling. I did. No one mentioned J.K. It was an analogy, and you just you lost the plot. You lost the plot. So yeah, there's that. No one is here to fit into someone else's lives. You're here to figure out the best way how you can complement each other. Sometimes you're going to be able to be the thing that fits into a certain piece within something. But then you have to come out of that piece, and then you have to figure out where else on the board that you can fit. There's no somebody fits into your life and they need to be everything. They need to be your friend. They need to be your confidant. They need to be friends with your friends. They need to be friends with your family. They need to be when you're not even looking at what do you really need to be to them. One thing that I tell there's only been one woman in my life who really understood this because she did it, but it just didn't work out. If you think that your role in my life is to be my cheerleader, you're fucking up. I I I have enough confidence to know what I can do and to know what my skills are. I don't need a cheerleader. I don't. I don't need someone to tell me, baby, you can do it. I don't need that. I don't need that. I need to know that when shit hits the fan, when things are bad, that you're there. You're just like, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's not right. Or these are the way how things go. Or I understand you're in a tough spot right now. I just want to let you know I'm here. If it turns into so what are you gonna do now? Then you're not it. You're not the team player. Well, you can say that, mama, but that's not all. That's not all the mothers or single mothers. That's not. It's not all. Here's the truth of the matter. There are plenty of moms who teach their and raise their children properly. Could we not also say that it also happens to be school? You know, the other places they spend a grand majority of their time, how they raise their boys to be good to girls and how they want their boys to find a good girlfriend and even encourage, like, yeah, oh yeah, you could go ahead and you could date Tasha. But because of the way how the landscape of the current world is going on and how free spirited and all this other stuff going on with the community, that all of a sudden it's like, you know, I was told today, but I don't want to tell my mom because she wants me to find a nice girl. But I was told by a whole bunch of my guys in the community that it's okay to suck a dick. And now I got weird thoughts. So, and you see the way how social media is, or what's town that you live in, or the parades that goes on, or the type of media that we look at, or the type of parades, or the type of genres and books and shows and whatever. And it's easy to get mixed messaging everywhere. I mean, I think there was a study that even said that porn is doing subliminal messaging to coax straight men into believing that it is okay to be with guys so long as those guys are feminine, aka trans. That it's okay for you to seek the attention of a woman if even if it's a guy who expresses themselves as a woman. I I gotta go find that fucking study. But yeah, there's that as well. It's just, so you said it's a social experiment for sure. That the one I read was for sure. That even if they look for porn, the things that they click on will eventually lead them to that. And I'm just like, wow, really? That's crazy. I was like, I guess. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are so many women that are looking better that even for the trans community, even the trans community is looking better. I remember I saw either a video or a picture of a woman, and I was like, damn, she's cute as fuck. And then it was like, yo, that's a guy. I was like, no, wait, yo, damn. Is it wrong? Is it wrong that I'm like, this guy's fine as fuck? Holy makeup done, absolutely like a woman, tits, everything. I was like, that's crazy. You sure this is a guy? He was like, that's a guy. I was like, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is wild. That's crazy. It's like would not have known. And this is just the landscape of the world that we're in. So if you team that with a lot of young adolescent people, fuck, fuck young adolescent, just males in general. Let's just be honest with you. Because let's be honest, in this day in history, we have more people so open and fluid and doing all that kind of thing than ever before. So there are more people that's willing to engage in a lot of what they were already interested in. And if they weren't interested in it, we have so much a landscape right now that's willing to make you open to it. Even to the point that if you're not open to it, it's being pushed on you. Like I remember how the early trans stuff was going on. It was like, are you interested in women? Yes. Would you ever date a trans woman? No. Then you're transphobic. It's like, so if I just don't like women, I'm transphobic? What? I just like there are so many things that are it's a very uh I don't even know the way to put it. It's in my mind to put it, but I don't want to say it wrong. But it's such a psychoanalytic thing that's happening right now when it comes to social media, when it comes to diversity and relationships. It's just there's a lot of stuff that's going on. And it is what it is. It is what it is. People are gonna have to really sort that thing out for themselves. I'm not one to tell. I'm not one to judge. I'm not one to say what's best for you. Um, I'm just saying that you have a lot of choices that you need to make. And what I said earlier is that people who tend to have a lot of options make whatever choice that you're gonna make. But people who tend to have a lot of options tend to make the wrong choices because it's too much an abundance of choice. And unfortunately, you said the goth kids turned into trans kids. Well, here's the funny part about that. That's not necessarily true because I knew I'm into goth girls. I like goth girls, and goth people were of course weird and they had their own thing. But I've been with a couple of goth girls and they were cool. Now in this day and age, you may be right. Maybe goth has turned into something else later. I don't know. But goth wasn't like that. I ran into absolute straight goth girls. So I don't know if. And then by the way, I think the goth thing. There's a difference between goth. Yeah, there was a difference between goth and emo for some reason. I don't know what the actual changing of that is, but there was a definite difference for a short time between goth and emo. And then for some reason, because the emo thing stood for something totally different, and for some reason that now it got all turned into one thing. That now that they all look the same, but it wasn't always the same way before. I don't know where that change was from the early 2000s to I guess if you want to say now, but like when I see goth girls, still to this day, goth girls they're goth girls. Black lipstick. They like to get the pointy fang teeth or whatever, like the dark eyeliner or black hair or whatever, pale skin. I'm just like, that's hot. That's hot. Tats tatted up, love it. Um, But you're right in the fact that I am seeing a lot more young boys. Let me say that way. Young boys still with the old school, like, what do we call that? The old school Justin Bieber swoop shit still, you know, and they're saying that they got, but they're also in boy to boy relationships, which, their own thing. Uh, I guess, you know what? I guess now that you say it, and I'm thinking about it, I guess you're you're right in the fact that more I've seen more goth guys, air quotes, more goth guys be more into men now, but I still see goth women, air quotes again, who are into men. Hmm. I see tatted guys are all over. Like, tatted guys have been into guys. Tatted guys have been into women. So that doesn't say something to me. Sleeves, chest, whatever. Tatted guys have just been all over. Same way how, like, I guess there's a thing that's I don't even know how to explain it. The world is just so different now. The world is so different. Not that I have a problem with the world. The world has always been changing. It's just, it's hard to put a flag on what's here and what's here and what's changed, because it's the moment you put the flag down, the flag falls because something changes so quickly. So it's interesting. It's interesting because, like, again, once you get to try to understand emo, it changed. You know what I mean? This is like, damn. Like, but you're right though. I used to see in the early 2000s. I used to see more straight emo guys, but not now. Not now. You're right. Guys who I tend to see more emo now are very, not that they're all gay or all trans or whatever, like, but they're very fluid. And hmm, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about it till now. I did not consider that until now. And again, I could be wrong with my limited exposure to people, so it could just be that as well. But you're right. I may have to do some thinking about it and some digging into it and see, um, talk to some people, maybe in other communities, specifically golf communities, and see what that's about. Go to some of the places that I go to when I see golf people, like tattoo parlors and things like that. But I'll have to think about it. It's been a while. It's been a while. You might have something there. Mm, my kids were golf, but they were emo. Yeah, honestly, emo people. I didn't really know a lot of older emo adult. Like, so I never knew an adult that was past the. I never knew of an emo adult who was past the age of 26. I don't say 26 was the stop. The latest person I know who said that way emo. Emo people have always been younger. Um, Teens, early 20s. 26, I don't 26 probably the stop. The last time I really heard of somebody who's really saw someone who was emo. After that, they're not emo. Either they cleaned up, they got a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Um, Women who tend to get girlfriends or boyfriends who are emo or goth, they stay that way because their partner likes it. But the guys who I know, like, after 26 or whatever, they clean up. They take the shit off. They stop. Maybe if they're playing an instrument, they keep the fingernails, but like they all that shit's gone. They they get changed, you know. And yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I have not considered that until now. You may have something there. No, 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 no. That motherfucker was on something else. That motherfucker was on something else. No, not Marilyn Manson. That motherfucker was on something else. He was more than emo. He was way more than emo. He was way more. I don't know what the fuck he was going on. Mm, Metallica? Nah, nah. I don't see goth for Metallica. Not at all. Hardcore rock, metal for sure, but I don't see goth. Now, if you would say Kiss was goth, not Metallica. Kiss was goth. They were goth. Metallica, not so much. No, they never really threw on that makeup and do all of the stuff like that and doing all that crazy. Never really. Not to my memory. Not to my memory. Let me say that. They've been on, let's be honest, they're still on tour. They've been doing music for a long time. So maybe there's some parts of my memory that's chunked out from what they did. I've never followed them for all of their history because I think Metallica was famous when I first learned about them, and I was like a young teen. So could be. Could be. But I've never known Metallica to be goth. At least a change of goth. So I would say, I don't know if you know the group Evanescence. They're goth. Evanescence is goth. Yes, I wouldn't say Metallica, but Evanescence is goth for sure. Alice in Chains is goth. Hmm. Let me think about that. Let me go do a quick search on them. Alice in Chains was I don't know. I don't think they were because I don't think see there's a difference between goth and punk. There's a difference. They look more punk. They don't look goth. There's a difference between punk and goth. They look more punk to me. Hmm. The Cranberries. Let me see some more on them. So that album covers are not enough. So let me go see some more work on them. I see a lot of tame stuff. She is absolutely like she's emo gothish. The guys look rather tame. She, on the other hand, she flips. She's more emo. I don't know about goth. She's definitely emo rising to me right now. The guys look very tame. Very, very tame. Her was good, Kev. Her, on the other hand, she is definitely she's somewhere there. She's somewhere between the whole goth and emo look. Like in the early parts of what I'm looking at, she looks very emo. Now I'm looking at some of the older pictures of her. She went to that goth phase for sure. But the guys look all tame. Some of them are in suits. They're in like regular shirts. But she's the only one that really stands out. So I don't know, but it's the Cranberries. Maybe there's one Cranberry that's a little extra. But you're right. She's got that goth emo look. I would say more emo than goth, but like I don't know, some of them are real. Some of them with the black look and some of the hairstyles. She kind of comes out in that area in that era. You know what? I'm just gonna say I'm gonna say she's fucking goth. But the guys are very tame, very very tame. Like they're okay. They're just chilling. Especially as they gotten older, they're still very chilling. She's absolutely in that I would say in the goth area. So you got that for sure. Think of the song Zombie. I really don't know the song. I really don't know much about the Cranberries. So yeah, I don't really know. I could not tell you. But Marilyn Manson, ugh, goth. Marilyn Manson was on some shit. But I don't ugh. He was on some shit. He was on some shit. He was on some shit. The motherfucker was on some shit. Like he was on some shit. Nah, she's more grunge. Ooh, grunge than goth. You know what? Because like, so we got to sort this out because this is important. Let's just put the stages. We'll go through 1 through 4. Uh, 1 being the highest. Let's go 1 through 4. We have now. I'm just gonna list them out. I'm not gonna put them in order. But we got grunge, we got goth, we got emo, and we got punk. These 4 things are not the same, right? So from the highest being 1 down to 4, what would you label first? Marilyn Manson. Was he wherever you were, like 1 being the highest, 4 being the most tame? Punk, grunge, goth, and emo. Where will you label Marilyn Manson? They're not the same. So like, where will we label them? If we did Marilyn Manson, will he sit at goth, punk, emo, or grunge? Because I didn't even think about grunge, Kev. So you're right. There is a category for grunge. You say emo for you, okay? So you said Marilyn is emo for you. What about you, Kev? You said goth. You said he was goth. Most for sure, def goth. Um, hmm, I'm. Let me look at Marilyn Manson. Cause I'm thinking about the young Marilyn Manson, like like wait, MTV Marilyn Manson. Oh my gosh, that motherfucker would creep me the fuck out. Let me go look at Marilyn Manson. Oh no, that nigga's goth. Fuck it. He's goth. He's goth as fuck. He's goth. Yeah, the moment I saw pictures is a wrap. He's goth as fuck. He's goth as fuck. Jesus Christ. That motherfucker like the Joker. That nigga is what the fuck? I forgot how much he looks like the Joker. He's goth as fuck. He is goth as fuck. He's got some emo in him. He's got some emo in him. Don't get me wrong, but he's goth as fuck. The heavy into the black, the tattoos, the weird shit with the teeth. Like this one picture I'm looking at right now, it looks full on Joker. Like he is, and I mean like recent Joker. This is way back in the day. He looked like a recent Joker. Like cut your fucking face off and then put it with the fucking attachment shits. Like he looks like fucking Joker. This is goth as fuck. Damn, I'm surprised I found a fucking picture of him with a goatee. I didn't even know that nigga had it. He can grow facial hair. I can't believe I see a woman with a goatee on. That motherfucker got a goatee. Holy shit. He's goth as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. Yeah. He's goth. He's beyond goth. He's on some other level shit. He's on some other shit. He's on some other shit. Yeah. He's out there. He's taking the cake. As far as any artist goes for goth, I'm gonna say he's got it right now. Just based on what I'm looking at, he got it. Now, uh, I don't know if Mama's gonna change her mind on it, so we gonna do this again. On that same plateau, goth, grunge, punk, and emo. Where would you label Metallica? Where would you label Metallica on that? Um, no, not grunge. I would say that not Metallica. Red Hot Chili Peppers would be more of that new age punk. I would say that they'll be more of a punk to me, punk artists. They weren't grunge to me. grunge is really gritty music. And when I think about some of the songs that like the Red Hot Chili Peppers made, um I don't see it. Especially if we're just gonna go to like Californication, um, Can't Stop, Californication, Other Side. This is like they got a few hit songs. Like I don't see. Yeah, punk is more for Chili Peppers. I don't. Oh, Black Summer is what I'm thinking about. Yeah, like I wouldn't say that they're grunge. Punk for sure for me. You say yeah, punk for you. You said for goth metal. Yeah, it's to me it was like really punk. It really that's what really stuck. Under the Bridge. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that they're more punk rock for me. They were poor. You said I don't know where to fit in those categories for Metallica. Let me go look at some pictures. I don't see Metallica like they're definitely on the heavy metal side, right? I've been to like Metallica concerts, but I wouldn't call them goth for sure. But let me go look at Metallica real quick, just to go. Let me go look at some of the pictures. It's like I wouldn't call them exactly punk either. They got punk elements to them, but I don't think I will hold them fully in punk. Let me go see some pictures. Not t-shirts. I said pictures. Here we go. So they got that early punk look. They got the rocker look. And I'm trying to judge them based on how they look then, not how they look now. Because now they just look like some older men. Then now they're not looking like that craziness. Um they still got that punk look. Urgh. All with the long hair. Huh. I I'm not gonna call them goth at this point. I won't call them goth at this point. Somewhere between punk, they could be grunge if I'm really thinking about some of the music. Huh. Let me do some. They're heavy metal for sure, but grunge? Mm, it doesn't fit my ideal of what grunge music would be. There's nothing in Metallica that I could say that they go hard in that I'm just like I don't even really understand them. Like, but there is that heavy yelling, growling, and oh man, it's a this is a tough one. This is a tough one. Yeah, you know what? I'm confused about this one. Punk for sure, heavy metal absolutely, but hard rock, but I don't think I can call them grunge. I don't think I can call them. I don't think I can do that. I don't really think I can do that with them. You said what about Alice in Chains? Let's see. Let's go. You said Alice in Chains. Didn't no, we were talking about the Cranberries. We weren't talking about Alice in Chains. We were talking about the Cranberries. Let me see. Alice in Chains. That's a punk group. I see mostly a punker style. Yeah, I see mainly a punk style. It could be grunge. You know what? I might have to listen to something. But based on a lot of the pictures that I'm looking at, they look more punk rock, to be honest with you. but I could be deceived. I would have to listen to something that they've done. So let's see. Uh, any songs that you would recommend from Alice in Chains? The first one that comes up to me is 2010. It's called Wood. Okay, let me listen to that real quick. Yeah, that doesn't. You said man in a hole. Okay, so I'm like, because what I'm listening to right now doesn't sound like it. So here we go. Alice in Chains. Damn. Man in a hole. Here we go. Let me listen to this real quick. So they're not striking me as grunge music either. Huh. Because when I hear them, I'm also hearing a lot of aspects of like Metallica in that as well. It's really they strike me as a, especially because of that Man in the Hole was like more of like a slow tempoed heavy metal. But they hit me more of a punk rocker vibe, not necessarily grunge. There was like a lot of good drums in that, guitars for sure, like electric guitars. Um the bass was in there. They didn't really strike me. You know what it remind me of? It remind me of Nirvana. That's who it remind me of. It remind me of some aspects of Nirvana. So yeah, I don't think I can call them grunge either. I think they're gonna sit more on a punk rock for me. Yeah, it didn't really strike me as grunge for sure. Um, just based on the two quick hits for the songs I was listening to, it really felt more punk rock. Oh no, Nirvana is grunge. Nirvana is grunge. Absolutely. I mean, not for nothing. If you really want to put it out there are strong aspects of Linkin Park being grunge. There are aspects of it. It won't really fully fall into it, but there are so many between heavy metal and grunge and punk, rap, all put up into it. So there's a lot going on. Oh, you're thinking about the lyrics. Hmm. I don't know, cause some of the lyrics I could find in U2, I can find in Nirvana, I could find in a couple of places. I could find in the Stones. It, there's a lot of similarities that happens across different groups. Yeah, Lincoln Park was a huge hybrid. I was when Lincoln Park first dropped. Oh my god! Like I mean, before they ever had an album out, I was bouncing to their shit. It was crazy. There were videos out, like not even a full video, like an actual official video. They were just like that. That was probably one of the first really big underground people that I found. Believe it or not, before they actually got rid. And this before they were called Linkin Park. They were called Hybrid. Yeah, you listen. They were no. The group was called Hybrid Theory before they were called Linkin Park. That's like I knew like they were underground, like they were underground, Kev. Like they were called the group was called Hybrid Theory before they were called Linkin Park, which is why they switched up for the album calling it Hybrid Theory because their group was literally called Hybrid Theory. Yeah, that was their no. That was that was the name of their first album, but the group was originally called Hybrid Theory. That was the name of the group. They later called themselves Linkin Park, and they literally called their first album Hybrid Theory. It was, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah, that was the first actual like rock group that I actually listened to underground. Evanescence never really took off the way I wanted it to. To be honest with you, Evanescence, Creed did good. Evanescence never really took off the way I wanted it to. Evanescence had like good. They had they had hits. They had hits, but their albums couldn't sell me. They had like hit songs, but their album never really captured me. Linkin Park, every song caught me. Every single song caught me. Not probably their last two albums, but like in the early, like the three albums, every song I loved. Every song. Soundgarden was good. Soundgarden was good. It wasn't really in my thing. Um, hmm. Let me think right now. Yeah, I wasn't a big rock fan. In fact, I was leaning out of it. Like my mom, she was definitely one that was into it. I was like trying to get out of rock, but at the same time, not to be honest, with you, I was trying to get out of music. So a lot of things were different. I stopped trying to listen to music. I stopped trying to be into music. I stopped trying to play music. At the time I was like doing violin. I was also doing piano. I was trying to get. I was trying to distance. I had some shit that was going on in my life, and I tried to distance myself from music. So that's really what happened. I was singing at the time. There's a whole bunch of stuff like audio slave, like shit, man. Yeah, I distanced myself from music, and I just really tried to get away from it all. Yeah, but I used to really be into music, and then I just like yeah, I was like I just need to stay away from it. Too much experience. I'm pretty sure if I went back to even listen to things like Linkin Park, I'm pretty sure I would still love it again. I'm pretty sure. Oh shit, Audio Slave. Just not Nickelback, all right? Just not Nickelback. We're not doing that. Just not Nickelback. Please no. Please no. Um, but I will do Limp Biscuit. Limp Biscuit was the shit. Limp Biscuit was shit. Limp Biscuit was great. For its time, it was really good. Yeah, Limp Bizkit had like it had a couple of fire albums to be honest with you. You say you love Nickelback? Nah. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. Limp Bizkit was the shit though. Like shit, they had so many good fucking songs. It's too bad that fucking group couldn't stay together properly. But such it happens to all groups. ACDC, they have some great stuff. Like ACDC was definitely before me, so like there's a lot that I had to figure out. Oh, sir, the whole album of the chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water was my favorite fucking album. Favorite fucking album. Yes, absolutely. That was my favorite album from them. Like I said, just it's what happened to all groups. They all fall apart. You know what I mean? But they had some great freaking they had some great songs in the albums. Uh, so we had chocolate starfish and the hot dog flavored water. I'm trying to think of what were the other ones. You said $3 bill. That was fire. Because I remember some songs from it. I don't remember all the songs from it. My brother probably would. There was significant other. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I see it right now. Significant other was one of them. The first one, my brother. No, I'm wrong. I would know that one. He told me, but I didn't listen to it. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. $3 bill, chocolate starfish, significant other. I think that's where my knowledge drops. I think that's where my because I think that's all prior to 2000. So I think right after that I stopped. Yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah, I think I don't have any more I don't have any more information about it. I just know that the groups that are falling apart. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that album. I don't recall it. I don't recall any of that shit. My shit. Honestly, shit. Was I in therapy then? Fuck me. I don't remember that. Who knows? I might have been out. I might have been closed off to the world. I might have been on therapy then. Who knows? I've been on therapy a couple of times. Um, so who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? The album was where West Bowler. Yeah, no, no, I don't recall any of that. Too many one hit wonders here now. No, there was always one hit wonders. There was always one hit wonders. I mean, let's be honest with you. Outside of the recent court case, how Kev, you know this because I'm pretty sure you were probably talking about the court case. How many songs do you can say that you remember that Afro Man did? He's got albums. To me, he's a one hit wonder, but he's got albums. Like I know I've heard him on many tracks, many people's tracks, but to say that I've heard an album from him, I never have. I never have. Yeah, but he's got albums, Kev. He's got albums. He got money. He got albums. But I could probably only think of like you said, like 3 songs. But the man got albums. And it's like that for a lot of people. Like, not for nothing. Do you know how long I was listening to Logic before he went public? I was listening to Logic for years before he got public. Not gonna lie. When Logic went public, I heard so many people dog walk him about the whole black white thing, but that was literally the thing that pushed him for so long. Whether it was on Spotify or SoundCloud or what. Logic, I was listening to Logic for so long. By the way, even with the albums that dropped or whatever, he has so many singles. People have never heard the actual songs, and I got all those songs from Logic. People don't even understand. Early in my streams, I used to drop Logic songs when I would start my show. People never knew what the fuck the song came from. They were like, "Yo, this shit is fire. What is this?" I'm like, "It's Logic." They're like, "No, it's not." I got Logic songs that are fire that he never dropped because they're all underground shit. When he was putting albums that never went public, the Sinatra, all that shit, and I'm just like, y'all missing it. He got so much good shit. He got single shit that never went public. I'm like, shit is fire. What the fuck you talking about? Shit is great. Like you're bugging. One of my favorite songs from Logic is I work hard every motherfucking day. Yay. I work hard every day. Yay. I love that one. That one got me up in the morning a lot of times. A lot of times. That's when I would get I would have my Alexa. I gotta get up in the morning, just play that song. I'm like, oh, I gotta get up. I work hard every motherfucking day, yay. And I gotta get up. I'm like, here we go. And it follows me because I got Bluetooth speakers all around. So it follows me from my room. If I want to go into the office here, if I go into the bathroom, my shit's playing every day, yay. And I'm like, oh, because today is my day. My day. Woo. And no matter what they say, it's my day. La 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 la. Oh man, I used to play that fucking that song would make me go to fucking work because I felt like I had to. There's no way I'm gonna listen to this shit pumping me up saying you gotta go to fucking work. You gotta get the shit done. And I'm not going. I'm going to fucking work. Woo! There's so many songs I got from Logic still. If I go, I almost hope like they didn't like. I haven't been to SoundCloud in so long. I hope they didn't get rid of it. I mean, I haven't been to SoundCloud in ages. Jesus Christ. Gotta sign in. Google. Quick Google. Okay, Google. Albums. Let's go to albums. Albums. Did they get rid of it? It's been so long now. Maybe it's my playlist. Oh, it's here. Yo, I got so many songs. I got 41 tracks in here. Strictly all Logic. 41. That's crazy. Yeah. Logic, the marshmallow. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. You got it, man. I love it. That was my shit. That was my shit for getting up. Whenever I didn't want to go to work, when the motherfuckers leave me messages, motherfucker was leaving me emails, all that shit. That when I was my most busiest, when I was working 2 full-time fucking jobs in the summertime, sweating my ass off, 80 hours a week, bruh, that song pushed me through. That fucking song pushed me through. That song pushed me through so much shit. Yo, you have no idea. That song on repeat pushed me through so much fucking shit. I was working 80 hours, Kev. 80 hours. Not calling out. Never calling out. Every 3 weeks, I would have 1 day off from both jobs. I worked every fucking time, every week, 80 hours. I took no time off for like a whole year. The money was just rolling in. I couldn't stop. They're like, you should just take some time off. I was like, no. I wanted to, because when I take that fucking, one of these jobs are gonna leave, and when I leave, that PTO is gonna be good. It's gonna be good. My backup plan was that if I have to leave one of these jobs, the PTO is gonna be lit. And that song kept me pushing. I was dead fucking tired. By the way, it's that time. Though when I was working 80 hours, it was that time when I picked up coffee again, when I picked up energy drinks again. Because I was strictly on tea. I wasn't drinking coffee or nothing. That dope in that time, that was in 2009. Yeah, no, wait, no, I'm wrong. 2019. I'm wrong. 10 years later. 2019. That was the year. That was the year that I was like 80 hours for an entire year. 2 full-time jobs in compliance. There would be time I go into one job, fucked up, fucking tired. Like, I don't know. You're here later today. You're not here now. I'm like, and now I gotta pay money to get in a cab to take me. Hey, yo, I'm on my way. I'm on my way to get me to the other job, all the way downtown. Hey, I'm about to be an hour late. I'm gonna put an hour and more. I'm gonna put an hour and more, and then put in that hour and more, and then turn around and then take another cab to my other job just because I wouldn't be late there because I put in an hour and extra in the other job. Ooh, I was raking in money. And especially because one of my jobs, I wrote my own ticket. I wrote my schedule. Ooh. One job, I just had to work whatever schedule that was going on. But the other job, I made my own schedule. Oh my God, did I fucking make the money? It was crazy. And my one of the coworkers was like, yeah, you can't quit, can you? I was like, I can't. He's like, it's too much money, right? It's too good. I was like, it's too good. He's like, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. He's like, I can see you tired. I was like, I want to pass out. He was like, and he was cool with me because he knew what it was like to work multiple jobs. He was like, yo, go take 15 minutes. Go take 15 minutes. Just pass out real quick. If anything go wrong in this bitch, I'ma knock on the door. I'ma knock on the door. I'ma get you. Just you good. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. And I'll be out for like an hour. An hour passed out. He like, ain't shit happened. He just wake me up like, hey, you got it. It's an hour. It's an hour. You know, I was like, it's an hour? It's an hour? He's like, ain't shit happened. Just let you know, like, he might be looking for you. I'm like, what happened? He's like, I don't know, but I walked around and they just asked if I seen you. I just thought I'd come get you. I'm like, oh shit, my bad. Thanks. Who asking for me? Who asking for me? Man, I did that shit for an entire fucking year. And the only song that kept me going was that song. For one whole year. That song kept me going. There's another song that I loved. Soul Food. Soul Food was another song that I love from Logic. Soul Food was another. Let me look at it. Soul Food was a song. Every Day was a song. See if I can remember. What was another song? Fade Away was a song. They gonna know my name until they fade away. Damn, there's so many songs. I'm gonna have to listen to this whole shit again. I'm gonna have to listen to this whole shit again, to be honest with you. Those are the two songs I know that definitely in my head real quick. Fade Away, Soul Food, and Every Day is for sure. But I know the other songs, they're there. They're there. I'm not hearing them right now. So the moment I hear them, that's a wrap. It's a wrap. I'm gonna remember them. Oh, Flexecution. I remember that song. To the young boy, to the God. It's that Flexecution. To the rap God. I'm like, oh God. Oh my God. Oh man. Yeah, there's so much shit in there. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to take some time to go through this. Damn. I'm gonna think about it. How long? I've been on for 4 hours, y'all. 4 hours, y'all. I don't even know if it's album, man. I got so much shit from different ones. I got some from Sinatra to The Return. I got so many different shit from everywhere. From everywhere, man. I got so many different songs from everywhere. All before he got picked up. Y'all been on for 4, man. For 4 hours. I know we had some new people that came in. If you haven't sub. I got a little bit of time tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm gonna come if I'm gonna go live tomorrow. But shit, there's a lot of stuff going on. Right now, I don't know. I think I'm gonna tag out, assess some shit. If I'm gonna do something for tomorrow, I'm gonna do it based on what I'm talking about today. Maybe go back and listen, speed it up, and listen to the stream all over again to see if there's anything I want to pick up for tomorrow. Something we got to talk about. And so that ambulance is going crazy. Anyway, yeah, and see where we go from there. Other than that, I think I'm gonna listen to some Logic, write some shit down, and if I'm feeling frisky, I might actually play Crimson Desert. Outside of that, I'm gonna leave you guys to it. Everybody's dipping right now, so it's okay dipping because I announced I'm leaving. So everybody's dipping right now. I will catch you guys on the next one, and till then, I guess keep it all to yourself. Do your own thing, and I'll catch you on the next one. Later, y'all.